The Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
The Oakland Raiders select Josh Jacobs, running back.
The Dallas Cowboys select Michael Parsons.
The New York Giants select Xavier McKinney.
Welcome to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft. Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. With dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
And there is your dagger!
It's time to fire up day 2.
The Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft.
Luke Musgrave.
Christian Watson.
We'll break down every pick as it happens and analyze how it impacts your Green Bay Packers. So let's get this thing started. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome into day 2 of the NFL Draft 2026 coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. I'm Bill Schmid, alongside the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee, produced by Hunter Baumgart, joined live in Green Bay all night long by Doug Russell. And we bring you now the next 2 rounds 2 and 3 of the selection meeting in 2026, live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And Wayne, 32 picks last night, a number of surprises. Great stories to come out of it, but now the Packers finally get to join the party, but they didn't want to wait all the way until pick 52. They wanted to lock up one of their former picks, and they had a little contract news coming up, but now Brian Gutekunst gets to have some fun tonight.
Jaden Reed gets a 3-year contract extension worth $50.25 million in new money, according to reports, and the Packers confirmed that he indeed signed $20 million guaranteed. Now, this is the first of a big 3, okay? Yep. And people are talking about now the next shoe to fall. Would it be Tucker Kraft? Will it be Christian Watson? Those are the 3 guys they're going into this year with, along with Matthew Golden, Savion Williams. That's your receiving core right there. Will they sign the other 2, and who goes first?
And I like the jump start on that process, right? Try to lock up some money, figure out how you can keep one guy happy. And as difficult as it sounds, Wayne, sometimes you capitalize on the circumstance. The circumstance was Jaden Reed had 2 really unfortunate injuries this year, one of which he suffers while catching one of the best touchdown receptions of the year that ultimately didn't count because of a holding penalty. But he's a dynamic playmaker. We'll see if he can build upon this, but betting on if his best football is yet to come, this could look like a bargain in a year or 2.
Yeah, no, it could, and no doubt about that. And, but here's the key thing, and this is, Tucker Kraft, okay?
Yep, that's
again,
the one
coming off
sure.
a major injury, but you want him. So you're going to pay him what it takes. How do you evaluate Christian Watson? We all feel, and I said this several times on the air last year, he's a number 1 receiver.
Mm-hmm.
However, he's never played a full season. I think the most yards he's gotten in a single season, what is it, Billy? A little over 700?
A little over 700 yards in touchdowns, but the yards is a different one. Yep.
So how do you quantify all that? I mean, do you pay him a contract? And everybody's saying the Pierce kid with Indianapolis is the standard. That's what, they're going to base Christian's contract off of. But that guy's had a 1,000-yard season.
Well, and that's where, again, the circumstance might allow you to have more leeway and that number being lower, and you can have some cost certainty as well as savings. And in a NFL that the numbers continue to go up, especially at that position. You mentioned Alec Pierce. 2 years ago, I don't think anybody was anticipating him being the guy that resets the market. But if you reach free agency, a lot of times, Wayne, 2 or 3 teams start bidding, and that number does always go much higher than anticipated. I think the Watson deal could come sooner rather than later, but you got to get Tucker Kraft done because those numbers will continue to go up with the kid in Arizona, and it seems like it would be a race to whoever gets the pen to paper first.
And tight ends make less than wide receivers generally.
Definitely.
I mean, no question about that. So you could do the Kraft deal, and then you can sit there and say, okay, this is what we've got for Christian Watson. Because I just think, Billy, unfortunately, injuries are not the fault of the player. But unfortunately, injuries happen.
Yep.
And that makes him a little, when you get to the negotiating table, okay, and you're away from the football field and you got the coaches out of the building and you're just sitting down and doing a deal without emotion, okay? So it's why coaches don't make good general managers, while they're coaching.
100%.
It's why you don't consult players when making personnel decisions. The good teams don't do that. I mean, A-Rod wanted to do that for years and years of the Packers, and that was not how they do business. That's not how good teams do business. Why? Because when you're at this time of year and you're trying to decide on whether you're going to keep a guy, how much you're going to sign him for, do you want him, all this stuff, you can't be emotional about it. It's got to be kind of cut and dried, done in a vacuum, void of emotion.
And when you say the best teams do it, you're right. The best general managers are also able to separate that emotion and the desire to be right? And to have a little bit of pride and ego of saying, well, now I've locked up a second-round pick in Jaden Reed. I'm going to lock up the third-round pick in Tucker Kraft. I might go back over here and grab another second-round pick. Guys, just look, I'm signing all of these players that we drafted and developed, and that's a level of ego that I know GMs always like to. But to your point, if you're able to pull back and say we're still making the right deal, that's when you're able to be confident in with conviction that you made the right choice.
And I think the really good, confident general managers. I know what you're saying, Billy. You want to sign these guys. Why? Well, it makes your draft look better.
Makes me
these
look better.
guys sound, they signed second contracts. They were worth it.
100%.
We hit on these picks. That's what that means ultimately. But the fact is, I think, you've got to make a decision based on, okay, how do we pay this guy? Do we want to pay him as much as Alec Pierce got? Do we pay top of the, market value?
Right.
When unfortunately he has not played a full season. Unfortunately, he's never had 1,000-yard season. But I'll tell you what, those 10 games he played last year, I thought he was dominant. I thought he was a pure number one receiver. And in that regard, I'm sure if you're Christian Watson and his representation, you're sitting there saying, pay us like a number one receiver.
Right. And then
we're going to play 17 games for you. We're going to get 1,500 yards, 10 or 9 to 10 touchdowns.
And that's where the 1-year deal that the Packers did last year, basically a 5th-year option that they didn't get on Watson because they weren't able to draft him in the first round. It gives you at least a little leeway where, Wayne, it could be a gamble on yourself there, but we're also going to protect ourselves a tick. We want to see one more year before we can go to it, because I'm looking at some of these numbers, right? And Alec Pierce is obviously the headliner, the guy that just signed for $114 million at 26 years old. I look a little bit down at even like a Jamison Williams, guy that was in the division. He had 1,000-yard season before. He got 3 years at $80 million. So there's varying degrees as to where this goes, but you're looking at players that would get re-upped. Nico Collins is due for another contract extension. And there's more players that push that needle further and further up. Pierce's annual value is at $28.5 million. The highest guy, Jackson Smith-Njigba, nobody is going to compare him to that player. $42 million.
Right.
This deal for Jaden Reed makes him the 29th highest paid wide receiver in football. Right. You can pay and win with multiple guys being in those kinds of ranges.
And the other thing is, here's the deal. You and I feel this way. Most people feel this way. They've got to sign Watson and Kraft.
Yep.
Now they've signed Reed. Yep. Obviously, you can't do anything with Golden yet, nor would you want to. You want to see how he pans out. But, and people say, well, you can't have all that money in receivers. Well, yes, you can.
Totally can.
And you absolutely can. And maybe 10 years ago, you couldn't with the salary cap where it was, but the cap is in a much different place now, and it's only going to get larger.
Nothing ceases to amaze me with the business operations of the NFL, but every year that number continues to climb at a even more historic rate. It seems like their annual increase.
Thank you, Draft Nicks. Thank you, all these different places we never got money from.
Let's get as much cash as we can as possible. And while we're doing that, we're going to find 5 or 6 more international games for one more standalone window. And who's not in here? Paramount. Can we find any random streamer?
Yeah.
OF doing it? No, they're not. They're not paying that kind of money. Netflix might give them another $200 million. they're printing money. So the leagues and the teams are understanding this and being a little bit aggressive with it. So the Packers do make a move today before their 52nd pick. They'll also have the 84th pick. So the 20th pick in each of the 2 rounds. And Wayne, what ended up happening yesterday, amidst the Ty Simpson excitement and wildness and whatever the decision was for the Minnesota Vikings going with Caleb Banks at 18. Thieneman, I think, is a really good player that the Bears got. Looking back at it retroactively, really like what they did. The board kind of feels like it fell advantageously to the Packers, where you definitely want to come out of this with multiple corners. They all pushed down. Only 2 go in the first round last night.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really that's a big key here when you're looking at Green Bay and what they're looking for this second night of the draft. I think cornerback is a position you're looking for, and there are some good ones available at this stage of the game. So, we'll see how it plays out. A lot of time to go. If Goody sits at 52, we've got 51 picks that are in front. San Francisco's on the clock right now, and they're about to make their pick.
And a former punter making the selection, Andy Lee, the 3-time All-Pro there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, opening up the festivities here tonight.
To the 49er faithful, the best fans in the NFL. With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
So Deshaun Stribling is a game wrecker and a absolute playmaker out of the SEC. Did not anticipate he would be going with the 33rd pick in the draft, first pick of the second round. This pick is always traded. 49ers traded back into it, stayed there here today, and they grab a big receiver out of the SEC, albeit the numbers might be a little bit less eye-popping than some. He's a physical specimen at over 6'3", nearly 200 pounds.
Yeah, and San Francisco in the West Coast offense, you like big receivers. You like big receivers when you play outside and it's raining in Santa Clara and it's cold and it's damp. This guy certainly fits that bill. He looks the part. Let me put it that way.
And he's got a little bit of breakaway speed. He showcased that a number of different times. He had 1,000-yard season or 1,000 yards in his career at Oklahoma State, transferred to Ole Miss, and was one of the reasons why they were one of the more explosive offenses in football this past year. 3-school guy, started out at Washington State and got a little bit of run with Cam Ward there. I'm interested to see when San Francisco makes this selection. Some would look at it and say, well, Jawan Jennings, who is still sitting out there in free agency, has not signed. Maybe that eliminates him. They also are trying to pull themselves back out of the Brandon Ayuk situation, where talk about giving a guy a lot of money off of 1 year of production. That ended up being one of the most fascinating storylines in all of the NFL. They've reworked their receiver room now with Stribling, including Mike Evans, who I don't think anybody ever thought was leaving Tampa, and Christian Kirk. That's a totally different receiving core this year now going in for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, again, something they probably had to do when the Ayuk situation reared its ugly head the way it did.
Big time.
And they had to make some moves. And that's a good organization. They know what they're doing.
You've seen a lot of things in the NFL, Wayne. Have you seen a guy just up and seemingly just quit on the operation like that?
Not like that.
Ayuk did.
Yeah, not like that. My goodness.
It makes sense though that you at least well done to get the contract signed before you go haywire on that side. To another NFC West team, the Arizona Cardinals. They grabbed Jeremiah Love with the 3rd pick. Ton of chatter. Going to trade down. They going to take Ty Simpson. They going to go quarterback. Got to go defense. Well, they just hired an offensive-minded head coach. They give him the best offensive player in the draft, and now we'll see who the Arizona Cardinals provide Mike LaFleur and company with the 34th pick in the NFL draft. And now James Conner, who might have just lost his starting job last night to Jeremiah Love, makes the selection here at 34.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M.
Well, as a running back, you're going to be happy that you're grabbing yourself an offensive lineman. Bisontis is a people mover, a physical specimen, big son of a gun on the inside at over 315. And for an offense that was highly productive there at Texas A&M, he was one of the focal points on the interior of that offensive line.
some believe he's the best guard in the draft. Okay, some believe that. Burly, sawed-off kind of blocker with the body quickness and core strength to get the upper hand in all phases up front, whether you're pass blocking, moving people in the run. Projects as an NFL starter and has traits with his speak both zone and power schemes. Big and nasty is the word on him.
And 0 sacks allowed over 750 snaps last year for the Aggies. So double it up in the way that you grab Jeremiah Love. Wayne, we mentioned it when they made the selection last night, that if he's the best player on the board, go take him and then figure everything out. Everybody seemingly today griped about the Cardinals not being quote unquote ready for the running back. Well, he makes your offensive line a whole lot better, does Jeremiah Love. And now hopefully you're able to supplement it with some more reinforcements.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you're hoping to do here. So we'll see how it all pans out, but that's the big factor in the draft. You want to pick the best player available. Yes, you get to a certain part in the draft, usually day 3. Then you start maybe targeting people for need, and that's a lot of times when you move up to get a player that you feel is a need, can fill a need for you, but you move up to get him, so you're not waiting and drafting, letting him go by and drafting somebody else who's not the player you want.
100%. And especially in this draft, it's grab the player you want, identify him, and go. Looking at the guys that are available, we've already had a couple of picks here. We'll get one more. The Buffalo Bills traded back twice last night out of the first round. They'll take a player here at 35. They made a couple of different selections during the offseason and moved off of their second round pick to grab DJ Moore, get some help for Josh Allen after another disappointing playoff exit for Buffalo, and now the first year under Joe Brady. Couple of really, really interesting players that are still available. Jermod McCoy, Wayne, his tape is the best out of anybody from the 2024 season. Doesn't play at all in 25. Some rumblings, thoughts, maybe since the ACL still hasn't come back, missing all of that year, he might need another surgery potentially. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is a fascinating one. 6'4", 200 pounds, played at Toledo, safety, maybe could be your Nick Emanwari of this year's draft, a real physical specimen on the defensive
side. There's some good players out there still, Billy, and no doubt about that. Buffalo the pick is in on Buffalo. We should hear from them in a moment here coming up. But Besantis, Texas A&M guard, second player picked in the second round of the draft.
I'm going to be interested to see if they end up rolling with a wide receiver here again. I mentioned DJ Moore was brought in. Maybe they move off of Keon Coleman after that disastrous Terry Pagula press conference. If it feels like a year ago, remember they basically outed the GM of saying that guy's terrible, but it wasn't his fault. It was that guy's fault. So now let's see what Buffalo does as we go to the podium.
16 draft, the Buffalo Bills select linebacker TJ Parker from Clemson.
TJ Parker from Clemson, edge rusher, goes off the board. Projected in the late first, early second. That's where he ends up going. Still learning his full repertoire of pass rush moves. A young player, though, a true junior, third-year junior that can get emphasized because he's now only 21 years old. So there's a runway here, but can't teach 6'3.5" and 260 pounds to be able to move like that. A starter for almost all 3 years at Clemson. That brings some pedigree being able to start that program like that.
Yeah, he's a pass rusher, obviously, as you pointed out, an edge rusher. 4.71 in the 40. Arms were 33 and an eighth. Hands were 9.5. Finished with 126 tackles, 41.5 for loss, and 21.5 sacks in his career. Also forced 6 fumbles and batted 4 passes. He and his fiancee, former Clemson volleyball player Isaiah Daly, were married in late October during the team's bye week. That's good production during the bye week.
I was going to say, okay, didn't take a week off. Also, got himself figured out. He said, I'm locking this thing in. We're not going anywhere. Now I'm going to go to Buffalo and be a mainstay. I like that deal for TJ Parker. Still learning some of those counter moves, but if he can be a starter here, they also just let AJ Epinesa go, who has played a number of different games for them, 6 years in Buffalo. So there's definite possibility rushing opposite of Gregory Rousseau, who's a pretty fine player there in Buffalo. Interesting to see how that team translates now, because Sean McDermott, exits. They move up the offensive coordinator, kind of how many people had made rumblings of the Green Bay Packers. Do you elevate here? And the Packers said, no, we're going to keep our head coach, and the coordinator goes elsewhere. They didn't want to let Joe Brady out of the building. And now Buffalo is going to get some reinforcements, because that's a good pick for a defense that wasn't necessarily the problem, but when you got to score 35 points in a playoff game, Wayne, we know the difficulties of that one.
They had some problems defensively, Billy. I mean, you're being kind to them. I think their numbers are probably better than their performance, and especially when it counted most.
Fair. Yep.
They had trouble stopping people, and so they're kind of remaking their defense a little bit with this pick.
A tough one, too. I continue to look back at that playoff game, and that's tough film for Josh Allen to watch, as their defense gave him a number of chances to keep them in the ball game, but he just continued to turn the football over left and right.
That was an amazing game in Denver. It really was. Yeah. And to see Josh Allen turn it over the way he did, you're right. The defense that day hung in as best it could. You just can't hang in amid an avalanche of turnovers like Buffalo had that day. But the other thing, Billy, I just thought their defense kind of missed a little bit of the edge it has had in recent years. And they had a lot of guys that they'd kept together for a long time. And there's only a short shelf life in the NFL, maybe 4 years on the core of a defensive unit. Then you got to kind of turn it over 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and for a defense, they get older than a lot quicker than offenses do. And to your point, you do have to keep that fresh. And if you stay the same too long, a lot of times you're getting worse. Now, moving back, the Las Vegas Raiders did have the 36th pick here. They'll move back a couple of spots. A trade with the Houston Texans is in. Texans receive now the 36th pick and a 4th rounder, 117. Raiders move back 2 spots, move up into the 3rd round. So basically move up. Not great at math, but that's looking like 28 spots, right? Somewhere near 26, 28 spots from rounds 3 or 4 into 3. Vegas moves back a little bit. Texans grabbed themselves some offensive line help last night. You mentioned him, Wayne, as maybe a little bit of a reach late into the first round. Keelan Rutledge. They also added in Wyatt Teller in the offseason, free agent guard. So they've needed to bolster their offensive line. I wonder if they go offense here as well to try to help out CJ Stroud, because that defense is very far from a problem.
Yeah, no question. That's one of the best defenses in football, if not the best. They had problems offensively with the quarterback, keeping him clean in the playoff games, both at Pittsburgh and New England. They've got to get better in the offensive line.
Love the trade that they made going and grabbing David Montgomery from Detroit. Tremendously productive player in the time that he gets the football, but he started getting phased out there in Detroit. Opportunity was slimmer last year. Rightfully so. I want to get the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs as well as many times as possible.
Exactly, yeah.
But he's going to get a lot of touches there as Houston has a lot of plays still to be made on that offense. Now, Roger Goodell joining us out at the podium for the first time here tonight. We go back to Pittsburgh, PA, courtesy of ESPN.
I'm joined by Billy Miller, original Houston Texan. Scored the first touchdown for the Texans, both in preseason and regular seasons. Quite a record. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Caden McDonald is a force on the inside, one of the big pieces of that Ohio State defense. He's at the draft here tonight. That's why Goodell went out to have the moment with him. I absolutely love that touch by Roger Goodell to give that moment, Wayne, for a guy that comes back. You can't tell me what didn't feel a little bit humiliated last night, but now is going to get the moment that he deserves.
Yeah, and out of Ohio State, another Ohio State product. Like I said, how did they lose to Indiana?
A great question. Great question.
With all the talent they've got.
And this guy was a definite stunner for me to not be a first rounder, because all year long his tape jumped off as first round player, as a first team All-American.
He just crushes us in the ground game. I mean, he's so good against the run. That's huge. Got girth, anchor ability, gets off blocks, makes plays. On tape, he was very impressive. And I'm with you, Billy. Unless they devalue the interior defensive line. This kid's a first-round talent, so this is a value pick in the second round.
And the rich get richer. One of the, if not the best defense in football, gets maybe one of the best run stuffers in the draft. So very excited for him. 17 run stops last year. That was second most in the Big Ten. Also a pair of forced fumbles. He's a dude. Caden McDonald goes off 36 here tonight to the Houston Texans, and we're off and running. The voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee, right there. I'm Billy Schmid. We'll be joined by Doug Russell in Green Bay coming up as well, and you on the NicoletLaw.com talking text line at 877-794-1973. Courtesy and presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook, your sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, the place in the Midwest to invest, the Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin 2026 draft coverage here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
This is Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Let's get back to the picks. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
We welcome you back with another selection, 2026 NFL draft coverage here, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook on Fox Sports 1070. Also streaming and second screening with all of you on YouTube, X, as well as Facebook. He's the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee, and I'm Billy Schmid. Now it's Colton the Hood, the first Tennessee corner to go, Wayne. 37 to the New York Football Giants. We kind of thought it would be McCoy, his teammate. However, Hood actually played snaps in 2025, and now he rolls in here to the New York Football Giants at 37.
Yeah, exactly. 4.4, 40. That's good time. No question about that. Vertical jump of 40 and a half. Arms are 31 3/8. That's good length on the arms. As a true freshman at Auburn in 2023, he played in 4 games, made 1 start in 13 games for Colorado in 2024. Wasn't that their good team?
Yes. Yep. That was their good team. Yep.
Started 12 games with the Volunteers last year. 77 tackles, 3 picks in his career, 14 pass breakups and a forced fumble. His uncle, Roderick Hood, was a free agent quarterback who started 51 of 102 games for 3 teams in his NFL career. This is a talented cover guy. He'll hit, and that's what the scouts believe on him. And,
And he comes in here at 37, one of the top corners taken. He is the third corner that goes. Right. There were potentially, you might have thought in many years, you would have thought there'd be 3 or 4 or 5 corners that end up going in the first round. Instead, we only saw 2.
Yeah.
I think it works out very well for the Packers and clearly, once again, here for the Giants. Look for John Harbaugh, a maybe best defensive player on the board, in Arvell Reese at 5. They go offensive line at 10, and now they go corner here in the second round. Nice little start there to his tenure.
No question about it. The Giants and Jets have taken advantage of their opportunities early on in this draft, but it's interesting. Well, here we go.
Okay, Matt Millen. Come on now.
I would be remiss without bringing up the late, great Willie Brown when he would tell all of you to remember your mother on Mother's Day. This is coming right up. All you guys, take her to dinner, grab her some flowers, tell her you love her, and remind her that with the 38th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trayden Stokes, defensive back, Arizona.
Well done, Matt Millen. Trayden Stokes, late smoke on Stokes, Wayne, was that he would potentially sneak into the first round last night. A late climber in the draft process, Arizona prospect, listed as a safety. Some think he can play more corner. Most importantly, he's a slot corner, a third-team All-American this year, and that slot corner position, one of the most important positions in the game right now.
Most people are seeing him as a slot corner. That safety, they want the slot corner to hit like a safety, cover like a quarterback. He ran a 4.37 40, shared the lead among safeties in the broad jump at 10.10. Arms are 31 3/4. Smallest hands of the bunch, however, at just 8.5 inches. But again, Arizona for 6 years, largely because of injuries, including an ACL early in the 2024 season. Finished with 29 passes defensed, no forced fumbles, 7 interceptions. Cover safety is how some scouts have graded him.
And the Raiders have done a ton of work here in the offseason, obviously, with the players they went and signed. They had such a huge free agent class. They end up reacquiring Max Crosby, you could say it, when that trade falls through. And I like what the Raiders did. Now, I don't necessarily like them in that division because that might be the toughest division, one of the toughest divisions in football, with the Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs all surging ahead. And you can't anticipate Kansas City picking in the top 10 very often. But the Raiders with a fun pick there, as Stokes has an opportunity to be a very dynamic player in that position. And Wayne, Drew and I were talking about it earlier this morning on the huddle. He brought up when you and I were enjoying our draft coverage and rather flabbergasted. Funny that we bring it up here tonight after Jaden Reed signs his contract extension, saying how on earth are they not going to acquire Brian Branch? Similar position, right? That slot corner that has become, as a down in the box safety, such a valuable position right now, because we're talking about these tight ends maybe have never been bigger, faster, and stronger. and you have to go out and cover slot receivers who are some of the most dynamic athletes on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the game is evolving right before our eyes over the last 5 years. We saw it a number of years ago, Billy, maybe 15 years ago. Remember when they started taking big safeties, putting them in the linebacking core?
Yeah.
So they got and that was a good trend because those safeties could cover a lot of ground and knock around people up front. But the problem was teams were starting to run on them, so you don't hear about that so much. But in the slot, the safety, can he physically come up in man-to-man and maybe take that slot receiver, that quick little slot receiver, off his route just enough to disrupt the offense? And that's a lot of what we're seeing here, and the Stokes kid is one of those guys. But we've got a couple of guys at safety that's very interesting to me because this Emmanuel McNeil-Warren out of Toledo, rated much higher. So was Bud Clark. You've got Jalen Kilgore, A.J. Halsey from Louisiana State. So it's interesting where these teams, especially day 2, and we'll really see it in day 3, they make picks based on what they need and how this player fits what they do, more so than what we see in the media here, just saying, well, that guy's got this kind of a grade on him, and the teams have their own grades.
Well, in that's a great point, because Wayne will mention it a number of times tomorrow of that's the scouts day. That's when there's a lot more of scouts standing on the table and voicing their displeasures and disdain of, hey man, how are you not going for this guy? This is an amazing opportunity, an amazing prospect to have.
Yep.
But I wonder how much of that is just all of this draft, because there's so many varying degrees of grades. So many different teams have rated these players in such different aspects that D'Angelo Ponce, I would think, is going right now, would be in this range. He could fall to 55, 60, because there's no real perfect prospects outside of maybe 7 or 8 guys last night.
And Billy, we saw a lot of trades in the first round last night. Mm-hmm. Most of them came late, came after pick number 15. Okay.
Yeah, good point.
And that tells you that, again, and we said this before, number one, some teams have only 15 first round grades. There were 32 first round picks made. So a lot of teams, especially late in that first round, no problem trading out. Why? Well, because they're getting the same caliber of prospect from 16 right through the second round, maybe into the top of the third round. That's why teams are willing to trade out. Well, yeah, we like this guy, but we got another guy over here. He's on the same level, and so we'll pick up an extra pick or two.
Once again, shaping up very well for the Packers. Let's go to Joe Hayden making a pick for the Browns at 39.
With the 39th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Denzel Boston, wide receiver, Washington.
Now, he was one of my favorite players I saw play this year live, Wayne. And Denzel Boston would take the game over whenever he was on the field for Washington. He was their lead playmaker. He got carted off the field at one point during the game against Wisconsin, then came right back onto the field, over 6'3", 210, a true big-bodied receiver, but they lined him up all over the place, and he has the full complement of route tree. I think he's a true first-round wide receiver. Great value, in my opinion, here.
I thought he's the guy the 49ers would take if they went wide receiver with the first pick of the second round. They instead went with Deshaun Stribling. But Denzel Washington, I'm with you, Billy. This kid who had 132 catches, 20 touchdowns in his career in college, reminds a lot of the scouts of Nico Collins with the body. And when Collins came out back in 2021, most grades had him high second, maybe late first round. But he's also a punt returner, brought back 25 punts, 8.5 yard average, 1 punt return for a touchdown. He's probably, when you look at it, he's an X receiver.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep. He's an X.
That's totally really what he is. Okay speed, but good enough speed. And I think you can appreciate this. His football speed, his playing speed is probably better than his time in the 40.
100%. And Wayne, I think that's where, again, you can feel differently when I think seeing these guys on tape and in person. He seemed way more explosive in person than he just did on television. Boston, the youngest of 4 sons. Dad was a football coach in the Boise, Idaho area, relocated up to Washington, and now he's the 39th pick for the Cleveland Browns. Now we go back to Pittsburgh, PA with the Chiefs pick here at 40.
With the 40th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select R. Mason Thomas, defensive end, Oklahoma.
R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher from Oklahoma, was definitely a player that many people thought would be in the mix for the Packers at 52. He goes at 40 to the Kansas City Chiefs. They're redoing the defense. They now have drafted 3 defensive players, went up and grabbed Mansour Delane, the first corner taken last night. From 9 to 6, they moved up. They grabbed Peter Woods in the back end of the first round last night, and now grab R. Mason Thomas, maybe one of the best edge rushers in the SEC this year, was extremely productive for that Brent Venables defense there at Oklahoma.
And, kind of like the Bain kid that we talked about last night, he's a little undersized, 6'2", 242, undersized for what the Packers like on the edge, okay? But, ran a 4.6 40, 31 and 5/8 arms. His hands were the smallest of the 30 leading edges at 8 and 7/8. Played 4 seasons in Norman, started 20 of 42 games, 65 tackles, 25.5 for loss, 17 sacks. He's a tough, explosive little guy, according to the quote I have
100%.
from one of these scouts. Some had him in the first round. Designated pass rusher is probably the position he'll play in Kansas City.
For what his hands lack in size, they make up for in power. When he's swatting hands down, Wayne, it hurts you thinking about it on your couch of what that offensive lineman is feeling. I really like that pick for Kansas City there at 40, and we're inching closer to the Green Bay Packers' first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. We'll go up to Green Bay, check in with our friend Doug Russell on the other side, get you closer to pick number 52, and continue rolling through round number 2, day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. You got it here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
You're listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's time to go up to Green Bay and check in with Packers Game Day host Doug Russell. Here's Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
I'm Bill Schmid alongside Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers. It is the 2026 NFL Draft coverage here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. A couple of picks to get you caught up on during the break. Cassius Howell becomes the first pick of the Cincinnati Bengals here in the 2026 draft. They traded the 10th overall pick in last night's first round for Dexter Lawrence. Sexy Dexy goes to Cincy. So does Cassius Howell, Texas A&M edge rusher, pairs up with their first round pick, Texas A&M edge rusher a year ago, Shamar Stewart. Very interesting young prospect. That comes right after Mason Thomas. That's a run on edge rushers as well as defensive tackles, Wayne Larrivee, because Christian Miller, big Georgia Bulldog, goes at 42. Georgia Bulldog, interior defensive lineman, feels like it might have been something on the Packers' radar.
9 picks into the second round. Dolphins on the clock right now. 3 edge rushers have gone, 2 defensive tackles, 2 wide receivers.
And also just 2 cornerbacks. One true cornerback going with Colton Hood. 2 if you count Traden Stokes of Arizona. So potentially coming up here at 52, the pick of the lot on corners. Although defensive linemen starting to shrink on who is going to be available for Brian Gutekunst when the Packers make their first selection up at 1265. And we check in up there in a beautiful, brand new palatial media center. Our friend Doug Russell, the Love Muscle, checking in for the first time in the 2026 selection meeting. Doug, you got a lot of room there. You got a big board. That's a phenomenal spot you have. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Yeah, no doubt. You boys are going to really enjoy the new palatial. I mean, the camera doesn't do this justice because it's just a big white wall behind me. It's got all the new media center smells to it. There's a kitchen. I've gotten lost. I've only been here for about, a half an hour. I've gotten lost about 9 times already. So there's nooks and crannies. The media auditorium is brand new. I guess it used to be a team room.
Yeah, I don't know what team room. Yeah.
I don't know what they've done with the old media area. And I don't like change because I'm old and grumpy, but this is really nice that they've built for us here.
The old dog will learn a couple of new tricks for this one then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd say I was up there. I saw that team room, and that's the team room they always had. That some historic things happened there. Right? Some stories along the 2010 season with Mike McCarthy and company in that team room was really some great stories of that championship season. But at any rate, and Doug, I was up there the other day. I got a brief, I got a drive-by, and they showed me the room. I don't know where you are, though. Remember we had the offices upstairs with all of us curmudgeons upstairs in these offices, and in fact, we were in a closet, weren't we?
I was going to say
Tool
a closet.
Yeah, and it smelled like it. But that's besides the point. But where are you now in relation to this new place?
Honestly, Wayne, I don't know, because it was just go here and go up those stairs. But you
are lost in the Emerald City. Is that what you're saying?
I am lost. If I'm going to get lost and never come back from anywhere, it might as well be 1265 Lombardi because I know I'm somewhere on property.
Absolutely.
But we all have the studio that I'm in right now is the Packers Radio Network studio, and conservatively, and like I said, I know the camera doesn't do it justice because there's nothing on the walls yet. And there's no equipment in here except for what I brought today. It is conservatively 3 times the size of the old closet. Conservatively 3 times the size of the old closet.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about, because media does start with me. So we have to get that check in, and I'm very, very excited for that. We did just see Jacob Rodriguez go off the board here at 43. One of our absolute favorites. Inside linebacker, going to be a quarterback of the defense, a former quarterback. Led that Texas A&M defense. And Wayne, very rarely is an inside linebacker going to have a chance to get Heisman votes. He got a ton of them. The defensive player of the year in the Big 12. Count them up. I believe it was 10 forced fumbles. Also the Bednarik Award winner. He was a superstar there at Texas Tech and really thought he would have looked good in green and gold.
I've got him for the Bronco Nagurski Award, Billy. Not that makes any difference. They're all about the same. But yeah, you're right.
That one as well.
And you're right. He was at Virginia 2021 as a quarterback. Never attempted a pass, but did contribute as a wide receiver, running back, and tight end. This guy's got to be a heck of an athlete. And you and I talked about it. We really liked the write-up on him and the tape we saw.
and he is now the 43rd pick in the draft. His wife is also
One note there. Yes, his wife
is an I believe Air Force pilot, and she is an absolute badass.
Black Hawk helicopter pilot.
Black Hawk helicopter pilot, even more impressive.
You know, my veteran friends tell me about the helicopters in Vietnam. That was like a floating casket. That's what they were.
My gosh.
And so, you know, this is one, as you mentioned. Did you say badass?
Badass.
Okay.
Oh yeah. There could be a lot of other things you could throw in there.
Yeah. You're not going to want to pull anything on this woman.
No, because he's going to be right behind, but I don't think she's going to call in reinforcements. She's going to take that forearm shiver, and it's going to be a problem for you. Should we go hear the Detroit Lions pick at 44 as a Gold Jacket steps up to the microphone, and we get Calvin Johnson.
With the 44th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Derek Moore, defensive end, Michigan.
So a Michigan man stays in the state of Michigan. Derek Moore, edge rusher for the Wolverines, goes to the Lions. Packers will be up momentarily, coming up in about 8 picks from right now. Moore, first team all Big Ten rusher, really quick get off. He is an explosive athlete, no doubt about it. And for a Michigan defense that needed to be the calling card of their team, 10 sack season in 2025 in the Big Ten, Wayne. Those are second round pick numbers.
He really made his money at the Senior Bowl. I mean, he had a great Senior Bowl week, and can hold the point, can run down the running back off the RPO, can run, straight to the quarterback. Good penetration in that regard. Inside swipe move is his calling card. He can get skinny in the hole and get to the quarterback. Sounds to me like you can get some pressure with this guy up front, maybe on the interior as well.
And now 13 sacks created was the stat that they just threw up there. Wayne Larrivee, we joke about it during training camp that they continually invent new rules. When did they invent that new stat?
Sacks. Yeah.
Sacks created. I like sacks. 10 sacks is a lot better than 13 sacks created.
Now, guys, doesn't that sound like it's kind of subjective? You know what I mean?
I would think so, very truly. Yes.
You're not wrong.
That sack.
That was mine. That was mine. That sounds like what we used to be playing in invisible football when we got in too many fights in elementary school during recess. That was me. I got him.
Oh,
Doug,
my.
the excitement's got to be ratcheting up in Green Bay. Last night, hearing Brian Gutekunst talk, you could tell he had major FOMO, seeing all of his friends moving up and down the draft board, picking players. Do you anticipate that there's going to be action there coming up, or do you think maybe a trade down could be in play, or are they sticking at 52 and making this selection coming up?
There's usually something. Now, the Packers have done relatively well in the second round over the years. Guys like Devontae Adams, second round draft choice, Christian Watson, second round draft choice. Even day two guys like Edgerrin Cooper have made tremendous impacts on this team. So I suspect that he'll probably want to stick around at 52 and draft somebody. Exactly who that's going to be, I don't know. I've been looking at some of the cornerbacks that I think could be a good fit in Green Bay, and I think that's a position of need, and there's still a couple of good ones that are on the board.
A couple of really good ones on the board, and we're going to get the Packers' first selection of the 2026 draft coming up in hour number 2. It's hour 2 of night 2. Doug Russell's up in Green Bay. Hunter Baumgart produces it. You join it on YouTube, Facebook, X, 1070 in Madison on the AM dial, on the iHeartRadio app. Second screen with us and enjoy night 2. A beautiful night to add a Green Bay Packer, and they'll do so coming up on the other side, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Day 2 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
Our football team is going to be a hard team to make. At the same time, the quality of the individuals, the talent level, and not only that, but the people that we're bringing in from this particular draft class, I feel very good about.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy!
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens and diving into each player your Green Bay Packers select.
The Green Bay Packers select Clay Matthews,
AJ Hawk,
Aaron Rodgers,
Brett Favre. Brett Favre, Brett Favre, Brett Favre.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
And there is your dagger!
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
As we finally get closer into the hour in which the Green Bay Packers will welcome their first selection in the 2026 NFL Draft, we welcome you back to our coverage of the selection meeting, courtesy and presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook, the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. Dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall for you to enjoy, over 2,000 square foot video wall. Become a legend there. And also enjoy maybe the best trip to and from a ballpark, as you can get their free game day shuttle to and from Brewers games. Got one going on right now. Pretty good one with Brandon Woodruff and Paul Skeens with no score in the second inning. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers, is right here. I'm Bill Schmid, and Wayne, at the 46th pick, the Buccaneers are on the clock. We're very, very close to the Packers getting their first pick. We'll go to Rondé Barber for this one and then get you caught up as we inch closer to number 52.
Missouri.
It's Josiah Trotter goes from Missouri. So back-to-back Missouri Tigers drafted here, as Trotter goes 46 to the Buccaneers. It was Zion Young, the edge rusher linebacker, going from Missouri 45 to the Baltimore Ravens. And good one there for Eli Drinkowitz, as he goes 45 and 46 respectively.
Yeah. You know, when you take a look at Zion Young, we really liked him.
Yeah,
when he
big fan
comes
of
off
his.
the bus, Billy, he looks the part.
Yep.
Okay. If they're casting football players in LA and, you know, in Hollywood, this guy would get cast as a football player. 6'5.5", 265, 4'7", 40. Hands were 33, or arms were 33. If the hands were 33, we got a story.
I was going to say, holy cow.
We're 9.5. But he's got the look, as I mentioned. Main concern, his production, 131 tackles, 20.5 for losses, 11.5 sacks. You know, you would figure a little bit more than that over the course of his college career. But he has a tendency to rely on his physical ability rather than the other aspects that go into making a successful play. And they saw that in the Senior Bowl. That's probably why he sunk as far as he did in the draft here, the second night of the draft. But this is a guy we really like, because, you know, here's something you want to take. Hey, give me some clay so I can mold a player. This is a guy, this is quality clay they can mold a player out of. So I think that's a good pick for Baltimore, and they know what they're doing in Baltimore. We don't need to go into that.
Feels like they always make good picks.
Yeah,
Every single one just makes
just
sense and a
that.
fit in Baltimore.
You're just saying that, yeah. Have they missed on a pick since Ozzie Newsome took over like 30 years ago? I don't know.
Nope.
Don't feel like it. Josiah Trotter, we know the story of his dad.
Yep.
Made 4 Pro Bowls and was he's a Philadelphia Eagles Hall of Famer. Josiah's brother Jeremiah was drafted in the 5th round by the Eagles in 2024 from Clemson. In 2 seasons, he started 2 of 34 games. But this kid, Josiah, to me, Billy, sounds like he's got a chance to be more than that.
Yep, I would agree. He's a little bit better than where his brother came in at, and as a 21-year-old, there is a lot of raw potential for him. He was a 1-year starter at Missouri, but he did start at his former school. He's a 2-school guy. I believe he was at West Virginia prior to that, and might not be the cover guy right now that you want, but his instincts in the run game are serious, and he's gonna be a good player for them quickly into a run game. And now at 47, the Steelers with John Stallworth runs to the podium.
Select
Jeremy Bernard.
So Jeremy Bernard, a wide receiver, is now, I believe, the third wide receiver. Check my notes there. Third wide receiver taken here in the second round. And Bernard all year was productive at Alabama. For an offense that was rather underwhelming, Wayne, he was one of the highlights. And I anticipate in this highlight package, there's going to be a lot of Jeremy Bernard. And yeah, the first play. Okay. All right. Because he absolutely dismantled the Wisconsin Badgers in that game during week 3. And he had a corner route that Ricardo Hallman, who had a chance to be an NFL player as well, and I think still will, got let go pretty badly. Jeremy Bernard is a legit ball player and a factor, a 1,600-yard guy in 2 seasons with the Crimson Tide. They also run NFL-like offense there with Kalen DeBoer. I wonder if that matters for teams, especially one like Mike McCarthy that's going to run a complex West Coast offense.
Jeremy Bernard is not necessarily a blazer. I mean, he only ran a 4.5 40, did not test very well. But that's when you see a prospect like that, Billy, as you do, you go to the tape and you take a look at the guy. What did this guy do on Saturdays? And, you know, he's got big, strong hands, very physical, good after the catch. He's got a great chance to be at least a number 3 receiver in this league, don't you think?
100%. And he doesn't have to come in and be a leading guy there in Pittsburgh. They traded for Michael Pittman in the offseason and paid him well. I believe they still have DK Metcalf, right? DK Metcalf is still there unless there's going to get into scraps with more fans during games. But they got now a nice crop of receivers, as well as, you know, potentially Scotty Miller, who clearly Aaron Rodgers really liked. Now, we don't fully know who their quarterback is going to be. We think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, but we're not too sure here. All right, the Falcons are going to be picking at 48 coming up. We're going to give ourselves a full runway to get a lot of Packers reaction as they are up in 5 picks at 52 on the clock coming up with the first selection for Green Bay.
Goody's being patient.
Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting in the wings. Couple of Iowa Hawkeyes on the offensive line. Couple of SEC-like and top-flight defensive tackles still on the board. Big Citrus still on the board. You got Lee Hunter still on the board. A couple of edge rushers and a lot of corners.
A lot of corners
still available. Opportunities galore for the Packers to add to this defense, and we'll see who it could be coming up at 52. You'll learn with us on the other side. He's the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee. I'm Billy Schmid. It's the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin 2026 NFL Draft Show.
You are listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. The picks are rolling in, so let's get back to the guys. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome back as night 2 rolls on. 48th pick overall just went to the Atlanta Falcons, and a feel-good story as Clemson cornerback Avion Terrell goes to the Falcons to team up with his older brother AJ Terrell, who is one of the better corners in the league, a second-team All-Pro in 2021. May be a little bit longer in the tooth at 27 years old, but a good way to breathe some life back in that young man is get his younger brother onto the field as well. Cool story. Little undersized corner, Wayne, for the Packers, liking it. Under 5'11", under 190 pounds. So I don't think this would have been a huge target at the position for the Packers. Big runway there at corner if that's where the Packers end up deciding to go here at 52.
No question about it. We've had is this the second corner taken tonight in the second round of the draft? 4 cornerbacks is all that have been taken. And that's not a position that does not have talent, folks. This is one of the more talented positions in this draft. Now, edge rusher is the deepest. And boy, we've seen edge rushers come off the board, haven't we?
Yep.
My goodness. But Avion Terrell, not real fast, not real big, but they like what he can do. His private workout March 30th ran 240s, was measured and nothing else. His times were 4.69 and 4.64. But in a certain defense, maybe in a zone type of thing where you keep everything in front of you, eyes on the quarterback, maybe that could be it.
That's definitely his game, Wayne, because he is he's electrifying, being able to attack the football in coverage. With his eyes on the quarterback, he can make a number of different plays. I think he also had like 5 forced fumbles during the year, a Clemson record. So he's a skilled player near the football. And again, a cool feel-good story. He'll go and play with his brother. I don't think that would have been a spot that the Packers would have been going. I really love D'Angelo Ponds. He's even shorter than Avion Terrell. So I think that might take him off of the board. We'll maybe see Brandon Cece from South Carolina.
Brandon Cece is a guy you and I have kind of talked about. Not like we were on Cooper DeJean. We were on Cooper DeJean like on
like
Stink.
White on rice. Yeah.
I mean, we were all over him. And I don't think, I still don't think we were wrong. But Cece's
I think we were pretty clearly right on that one, Wayne. I think we were pretty right on that one. He's an absolute player in the league, right?
Pro Bowler 1 year, All Pro the second year.
Pick 6 in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I think
we were not wrong about that pick. Anyway, not that means anything.
And not that we're keeping score.
But no, Cece, a little more size. You look in the draft, Dalen Everett is a guy kind of down the board, but he has
Georgia,
prototypical size, 6'1", 197, from Georgia. Goody loves Georgia.
True boundary corners. All right, the Carolina Panthers are up here.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the reigning NFC South champions, Carolina Panthers, select Lee Hunter, nose tackle, Texas Tech. Keep pounding.
Okay, Lee Hunter goes 49 to the Carolina Panthers. That a part of a trade with the Vikings. Vikings move back to 51. 2 spots up go the Panthers, leapfrogging the Jets. Maybe the Packers for Lee Hunter's services. A real interior nose tackle defensive lineman who ate up TFLs, over 12 and a half TFLs this year, and a road grader in the run game up front.
Yeah, no question. Plays hard, not a lot of range, but then again, when you're stopping the run the way he is, in the middle of the line, you're a nose tackle. You don't have to go sideline to sideline. We're not talking about a middle linebacker here. We're talking about a sawed-off defensive lineman. 6'3", 320, good size. First defensive lineman from Texas Tech named All-America since Gabe Rivera back in 1982. Billy, were you even alive then?
I wasn't a figment of anybody's imagination.
Were your parents even married at that point in time?
That's a good question. They were not.
They were not.
No, I don't believe so.
That's how long ago that was.
That's how long ago. Holy cow. What a different world in college football, though. I like you see it. And Texas Tech had the second pick in the draft last night, right after the Indiana quarterback who won the Heisman Trophy goes in here. Hunter is a physical specimen, a dude that I really, really liked. I guess we've talked about the positional value here, Wayne. Many people would say corner, much more valuable of a position. Edge rusher, obviously a much more valuable position. And stopping the run last year became a paramount part of winning in the NFL. And as things change, they then remain the same. And this game is back to being a physical run-stopping style of game. You got to be able to assert some dominance in that fashion. I thought Hunter would have been a very nice pairing for the Packers.
Would have been, no question about that. But unfortunately for the Packers, he goes to Carolina. They're doing some interior work at Carolina, right? Offensive line and defensive line in this draft so far.
They grab a tackle last night, Monroe Freeling from Georgia. He's also going to be able to play against or play with Derek Brown, who we got to see on full display last year. Big number 95 for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
They got a nice team. They got a nice defense and add a good piece right there. Now it's the New York Jets, who 18th pick in a round. That's a strange spot for the Jets. They're much more used to being up north of the top 5. They get the 50th pick here. Then the Vikings, who moved back a couple of spots, a 37 spot swap as the Vikings get 51 and a 6th, and the Panthers go up 2 spots, give a 5th round pick to the Vikings in return, 159 and 196 respectively. We also have another trade, a player for pick trade. 49ers have traded linebacker D Winters to the Dallas Cowboys for pick 152 in this year's draft. Maybe we see somebody else end up getting moved. Kayvon Thibodeau indicating online that he might be on the way out. Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report reporting that the Saints and Giants are in some not imminent trade negotiations. There's nothing set in stone, nothing imminent at this moment, but some serious negotiations to trade for the edge rusher who was a top 6 pick in this draft a couple of years ago, Wayne, but they grab Arvell Reese to the New York Giants and they say, well, you're going into your final year of your rookie contract. We just re-upped this rookie contract. Move off of that position. Something the Packers just did with left tackle, where it was like that's a very valuable position. Rasheed Walker was a good player there for a number of different starts, but so we think that we can get the same, if not maybe a little better production for a cheaper price. That's the mathematics of this league right now.
No question about it. It's a big part of how you build teams, how you maintain teams, that kind of thing. And the game is moving, it's evolving, and the shelf life, Billy, 4 to 5 years.
Amen. And maintaining it is, I think, the best way to put it, Wayne, like you just did, it's not just building the roster. You see Seattle, they built a tremendous team. Now they're going to have to figure out, how do we keep this crew together and how do we make decisions that are tough? Like Kenneth Walker winning Super Bowl MVP, we let him walk to the Chiefs. We'll re-up with Price, the running back from Notre Dame, in 32 and try to keep the train moving.
And they gave up some defensive backs as well in Seattle. That's kind of the way it is in the NFL. I tell this to groups all the time when I speak with them. I say, you're going to lose 25 to 30% of your football team every year. Just out of natural attrition, just out of salary. You got to do this and that and the other thing. Jets pick is in.
Here we go. Curtis Martin with the selection.
I grew up in a little town not too far from here called Homewood.
He was expecting a
And so
pop on the Homewood.
I just want to take a brief moment to thank many of you in this crowd tonight, but the entire city of Pittsburgh for all of the love and support that you've given me throughout my career. Thank you. Now with the 50th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select D'Angelo Pons, DB from Indiana.
So D'Angelo Pons goes 50, cornerback from Indiana. Started out the semifinal game against the Oregon Ducks with a pick 6, just under 5'9", 182 pounds. A speedster, a burner on the outside, ran one of the fastest 40s in the combine. He competes his butt off. However, the size is something that is tough to be able to get away from, but he's a 2-time All Big Ten player and one of the biggest reasons why the Indiana Hoosiers, Wayne, won the national title.
Yeah, he went with Kurt Cignetti from James Madison to Bloomington and just was outstanding. Defensive MVP of both the Rose Bowl and the Peach Bowl. the scouts believe he could walk in the door and be a nickel right away. He certainly has nickel dimensions to him with his height and quickness, but it'll be interesting to see how he develops. But we're starting to see a bit of a run on cornerbacks now. 2 of the last 3 picks have been cornerbacks. Has the run begun, Billy?
It sure feels like it. It feels like this is the time, and now 2 corners in front of Brandon Cece go. Will the Packers roll there? Will it be Gabe Jacobs, our edge rusher from Illinois? I'm fine with either one of those, Wayne, frankly, as well as CJ Allen. I know there's a lot of people wouldn't necessarily love it being a middle linebacker and inside linebacker. They did just lose their starting inside linebacker in Quay Walker to free agency. I would not be upset if the Georgia Bulldog backer was the selection here. There's a lot of good options here for the Packers. Pons being off the board. One of my favorite guys to watch film of. I knew he wasn't a Packer typical player. That size and stature just doesn't lend itself to being a pick for Green Bay. I'm just almost happier that he went in front of, so I don't have the opportunity during his career to look back and say, well, what if he would have been a Green Bay Packer? He goes just a couple away and goes back with Indiana teammate Omar Cooper Jr.
You have that covered with Cooper DeJean, Billy.
That's fair. I got the best callback.
You can use that for years. I mean, on and on.
I was going to say, we got to milk that one a little bit better. So the Vikings move back a couple of spots. They clearly have a number of holes. However, for a Brian Flores defense, attacking players, physical players, they took maybe a little bit of a step back last year, Wayne, but so much of it was predicated on that quarterback play, was just so inconsistent.
I think they would have won the division going away had they had a Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, the quarterback, Minnesota wins the division going what? Why? Why do you say that way? Well, while their offensive line wasn't great, while Aaron Jones was banged up a little bit, they still had those receivers, okay? And their defense arguably was the best in the league.
100%. And here we go. Now the Vikings do select, and they go inside linebacker. Jake Gameday from Cincinnati is the selection just in front of the Packers. Gameday, actually a funny story, mentioned it in an interview with Kay Adams, grew up a Green Bay Packers fan, a big Green Bay Packers fan. Now he goes and plays for one of the Packers' arch rivals. First team all Big 12 player, instinctive in the run game. And you talk about moldable pieces of clay on 22-year-old, 2-year starter at Cincinnati. But there's a lot of potentially untapped potential with this player, because there's many people that think his blitzing ability, Wayne, means that he could be a little bit more of an edge rusher potentially at some particular point in his career as well.
Well, he can
move
run
all around.
This kid can run. He runs a sub-4 640, which is very good for a linebacker. Became a Bearcat in 2024, started 20 of 24 games past 2 years, 26 tackles for loss in his career, 11 sacks, 5 forced fumbles. The thing that he's got an impressive build, 6'4.5", 237, as you pointed out. He's tall, long, runs well. Maybe his speed is more straight line, but he gets off blocks, and that's the big factor.
How about this one? Last penalty he committed in a game came in his redshirt year of 2021.
You got to be kidding. Really?
That's a heck of a stat. That is a heck of a stat for the former defensive end turned inside linebacker. A lot of times it goes the other way, but Gameday goes to the Minnesota Vikings here at pick 51. Packers are on the clock. It says the pick is in. We are up in Green Bay with our friend Doug Russell. Doug, now the media spread has been crushed. There has been all sorts of dinners provided. Now, not reminiscent of when Clay Matthews was drafted and everybody had the plates. We knew that 52 was the landing spot. Now we're here. Are we picking? Are we moving back? What's the smoke up there at 1265?
I think they're going to pick because, there are some areas of need that they have. One player that I'm really curious about, just knowing how the Packers sometimes choose early potential projects. I know Jermod McCoy didn't play last year, torn ACL, but he was 2 years ago, one of the best cornerbacks in college football. I don't know if that's where they're going to go, but I'm just intrigued by it, just knowing that, in the Lucas Van Ness mold, someone who coming out of college, you didn't necessarily see something that would scream first or second round pick, again, because of the injury. But I'm just curious as to whether or not they're going to look at a player like McCoy and maybe think that might be a need.
And Doug, if we're talking about defense, we've seen the run on edge rushers, and I know that's a very deep position, and there's no question you can still get a good one, but later. I think at this stage of the game with the cornerbacks, that's probably the highest graded players still available on defense are probably cornerbacks. Would you not think?
I would agree. I think it would be Cece, McCoy. McCoy, obviously, as Doug alluded to, talent-wise, higher up. It will depend on what everybody believes of the medicals and how confident you can be, and also how patient you think you can be, right? If a team believes that they can be patient enough to still get the best out of them, or you look at it this way, he's going to have, if he ends up having another procedure, or you look at it and say, I can guarantee you get legit NFL starter play, top level starter level play for 4 years, and he's done. That can be the mathematics that maybe teams are having here. He's not even 21 years old. The knee is definitely a problem. McCoy would be a fascinating one. We really like Cece here as well. Edge rusher, there's a couple on the board, but there's value there at the corner.
I'll give you a dark horse in this whole thing. Davison Igbinosun out of Ohio State.
Good one, yes.
Now, think about this. 6'2", 190, 4'40". Longest arms of the top 10 cornerbacks in this draft at 32 and 7/8. You know, Doug, I mean, so often we've heard Ted Thompson, Brian Gutekunst talk about they like big physical corners.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys hold up in December in the bad weather. This kid certainly has the dimensions to do that. I'm not sure where he is on their draft board, but he certainly looks the part.
You want me to bring you down? Isn't that what they said about Kevin King?
Ooh, Doug, come on. That's wicked business. Wicked business. All right.
Well, that's why I'm not going for McCoy.
I was going to say,
okay, that's fair.
100%.
That's fair.
Already injured.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, as we see the Green Bay Packers walk up, and we get to welcome in not only the newest Green Bay Packer, we get to welcome in our Packers Radio Network teammate, John Kuhn, for the 52 selection in the 2026 NFL Draft.
Go, Pack, go! It is my esteemed pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur, and the millions of Packer fans across the world. With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cece, defensive back, South Carolina.
Okay.
All right, Wayne. Let's enjoy this one right now, Wayne. We finally got one.
There we go.
We finally got one. Brandon Cece ends up being the selection here at 52. Go Cox from South Carolina, and the Packers grab a Gamecock and a young, talk about moldable piece of clay in that cornerback room, not even 21 years old, is a 5'11" and 3/4, 189-pound corner, as he hopes to be the next shutdown man for the Green Bay Packers. 1 pick, 6 PBUs in 2025. But Wayne, one of my favorite things, first highlight that you're going to see from Cece is a tackle, a physical player in the run game.
That's what I like. We like cornerbacks who come up and aren't afraid to deliver a hit, deliver a blow against the run. And, you know, the thing is, some scouts had him as a first-round grade. They had a first-round grade on this kid. Some scouts did. Real quick feet, Billy. He's on his coverage. He kind of gets on top of the receiver and stays on top of the receiver. He's exactly what you're looking for in that regard. Real quickness, better than Avion Terrell, more physical. He's meaner than Avion Terrell, who went just earlier. He's a football junkie. That's the thing you like. You know, you want guys, and Ted Thompson used to say this all the time, and I'm going to tell this story. He really loves football. Well, duh, Ted. I mean, come on.
I think he does. I hope he does.
But what Ted was saying was absolutely true. Some guys just play football because they can play football and they're good enough to play football, but they don't love football. Most football players love basketball. That's what they'd rather play.
100%.
But the guys who love the game, those are the guys who excel. And this kid apparently loves the game. So in honor of the late Ted Thompson and that great line he always said, He really loves the game, and this kid sounds like he loves the game.
Yeah, and Wayne, that is becoming more and more increasingly difficult, right? To identify the guys
no doubt
that love the game for what football is, and the guys that really love the game for, well, let's be honest, what it does for you, right? And what comes with playing there, and whether or not it's youth football or high school football, the guys that like being able to wear the jersey walking up and down the halls because the girls take a double look at you, or when you're making millions of dollars to play corner in the SEC, you got to find the right motivation that these guys are going to have, what makes them tick. And it's becoming more and more difficult for these personnel evaluators to find the guys that truly do love the game.
Because they move around so much. They're not with the coaches that they're talking to at Michigan or whatever. They've got to talk to 3 or 4 different staffs somehow to follow these kids. But if you can get a guy that loves the game, that's a gym rat, the guy you got to throw out of the facility at the end of the day, and by the way, he's at the door waiting for it to open at the start of the day, that's the kind of guy you want on your football team. I think this kid's going to fit in Green Bay very well. Reminds a lot of people of Reek Woolen, that kind of player.
Yes, and Reek Woolen was the name of the Packers potentially looking at trying to add during the offseason in free agency. So a 1-year starter at South Carolina, 2-year starter at overall in his college career, played 2 years at NC State before going to the Cox as a junior, posted maybe mediocre production this year. However, the tape is legit and averaging just 41 snaps a game. For an underwhelming team there in South Carolina, still hopefully the best football in front of him. Dane Brugler's takeaway on the Beast on The Athletic said an unrefined, promising cover athlete with the twitched up movements. I love that twitched up. Speed to become an NFL starter. However, his pro ceiling will be determined by the development of his route recognition and ball skills. Offers inside outside versatility with a special teams gunner upside as well. So Wayne, there's obviously a lot of snaps to be played there at the cornerback spot. I think what the Packers also did during free agency, Benjamin St. Juste isn't going to win any awards for the top free agent corner being brought in by anybody, but it at least cushions and softens, I think, the blow where you can ease this young man into a spot. But make no mistakes about it, at some point, you're hoping that he is going to be a starter for you coming up here in 2026.
I don't think he's the only cornerback they're going to pick in this draft. I think they'll pick another one probably tomorrow, but I think they'll get another cornerback in there. And you know, hey, listen, this is a nice prospect. You and I liked what we saw on tape, liked what the scouts said about him. I'm anxious to see him play. I really am.
It would really be far from unfamiliar territory for us when we watched the Packers on night 2 a couple of years ago. Tight end in round 2, tight end in round 3, double right up with it. If the value's there, I could see it being again here early. I'm with you, though. They're going to grab at least one more corner.
Yeah.
And if the board falls that way, there might be more boundary guys available. I'm thinking Muhammad from Texas later on here tonight.
Yes.
And you could come back and fully remake that room in one singular night.
Yeah, no question about it. But I think this is a nice pick for the Packers. It's a pick of a player who, again, a lot of people had him in the late first round, early second round, that kind of a grade on him. I think this is a good pick. And again, somebody, as you mentioned, he's not going to turn 21 until July, Billy. This is a young kid you can work with.
Yep. Doug Russell now up in Green Bay. As you're hearing some smoke, anything as to the conversations we're going to hear coming up from Brandon Cece with his conversation with the media on the phone call. But as you look at it right now, you see a guy who there's so many snaps to be played there, Doug. We mentioned it that they were open to this regime a couple of years ago playing Carrington Valentine as a 7th round rookie. Mm-hmm. They're not going to force him onto the field, but there's going to be gentle nudges, I would anticipate. And Brandon Cece is going to have every opportunity to play significant snaps early and often here in 26 for the Packers.
I mean, they were trying to turn Bo Melton into a cornerback last year, too. I mean, this is a real position of need that the Packers have had for some time, really since Jair Alexander was Jair Alexander before, his production kind of fell off as the injuries kind of piled up a little bit. So this is a position where they're, as you said, and I couldn't agree with you more. That's why I kind of was looking at some of those cornerbacks, and Cece seems to fit the mix. the mold of what the Packers are looking for, somebody who likes to hit and somebody who's got a lot of speed. Now, whether or not he bites too much, that has been a problem, has been an issue that some of the scouts have looked at throughout the course of his college career. But, sometimes cornerback is a very difficult position to play as a rookie in the National Football League. But if you've got all of the skills that a Cece seems to have, you can refine some of that stuff. I think that this is a position, along with quarterback, maybe on the defensive side of the ball, is the one that has the most upside as far as how far you can grow from when you enter camp to even the end of your rookie season and then on into your second and third season. So I'm glad. I've always been of the opinion that if you have a glaring need, that's what you should probably think about addressing in the draft, and the Packers certainly did that with Brandon Cece. I think that there's a real opportunity for him to get significant snaps in his rookie season.
He was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school, 51st ranked corner in the 2023 high school class, 7th ranked recruit and top defensive back in the state of South Carolina, August of 21, ahead of his junior year in high school, picked up his first offer, came out with several different SCS offers, a number of different Power 5 offers. His first one came from NC State. That's where he went. Tells a great story. Late in 2022, Cece said, I begged my mom for $150 to attend the camp at NC State, and I promised her I'd make it worth it. I definitely did. Earned a scholarship after the camp, committed to the Wolfpack within a week of the offer coming through, and became a 3rd-ranked recruit under Dave Dorn's 2023 class there. So his dad attended South Carolina, reason to go there, skips his senior year to go into the NFL, and now he is the 52nd pick overall and a Green Bay Packer, wore number 15 at South Carolina. Go have to change the jersey number.
It's not going to wear that
He'll
here.
Be fine.
Yeah.
You're going to have to change the jersey number. We'll be okay. Brandon Cece, you are a Green Bay Packer. We have a trade here. New England Patriots going up to 55, moving up from 63, potentially shedding some of those picks that they had, that they have tomorrow when Mike Vrabel is unable to be with the group, being able to make the picks because his tale as old as time. Wayne Larrivee's right there. I'm Bill Schmid. Doug Russell is up at 1265 Lombardi. He's going to get some sound for us from the newest Green Bay Packer, Brandon Cece. We're going to get you a ton more picks. The Bears are up in 2 selections. Get you some Patriots picks as well. And your reaction to the Packers going corner. Everyone asked, are they going to draft some dang cornerbacks? They're going to draft one of these guys to play corner? Well, guess what? They listened.
They just did.
They just listened to all of you. They draft the corner out of South Carolina, and we're talking about it on the NicoletLaw.com talking text line with you, 877-794-1973. Presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook, sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. The best place to invest in the Midwest, or just grab a cold beer and a nice burger, or maybe some Mama's pancakes, and enjoy a number of different games on their monster over 2,000 square foot video wall. Best place to watch sports and invest. Sports gaming is the Potawatomi Sportsbook. We got more picks and more react and one more Packers pick at least here on night 2 of the 2026 draft. Stay with us on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
are listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. The picks are rolling in, so let's get back to the guys. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
False start on the offense. However, a lot of false starts have happened when Jonathan Grenard is rushing. He will no longer be rushing for the Minnesota Vikings. Now the Philadelphia Eagles. We welcome you back to the 2026 NFL Draft coverage here on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. Our friend Doug Russell is up in Green Bay. He's the voice of the Green Bay Packers. Wayne Larrivee. I'm Bill Schmid. And Jonathan Grenard, edge rusher for the Minnesota Vikings, now sent to the Philadelphia Eagles. Vikings save $34 million in cap space. Grenard gets awarded a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Philadelphia Eagles upon arrival in the city of brotherly love. Now that's good love. That's a lot of love that you can get. However, you end up seeing a guy who Grenard, a problem for teams in the NFC North for a little while, but Wayne, you start signing those contracts in free agency. At some point, they all come due, and Grenard wanted some more cash as this offense or this edge rusher market continues to blow up.
Yeah, wow. Philadelphia loading up a little bit here, huh?
They're making it right away. Vikings now have 9 picks, top 100 picks in 26 and 27, respectively. They get a 3rd rounder this year, 98 overall, and a 3rd rounder in 2027. Philadelphia gets Grenard and a 7th rounder here in this year's draft as well. So a productive player, a guy that they ended up signing from the Houston Texans a couple of years ago, and now he is a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. So Eagles are moving around. Maybe they're using some of those draft assets that they preemptively are planning on getting returned to them, Wayne, with an A.J. Brown trade that's coming up here in a couple of weeks.
They probably will get some draft picks, some pretty premium draft picks, I would think, from New England for A.J. Brown. Gabe Jackas, the Illinois edge rusher, whom both you and I like.
A big fan of his, yes.
He comes off the board. He goes to the New England Patriots, who moved up to take him from the L.A. Chargers at number 55. Eli Stowers, tight end, Vanderbilt, Philadelphia, 54th pick in the draft. And then Nate Borkshire, tight end, Texas A&M, Jacksonville at number 56.
And a pair of tight ends now. 2 of the last 3 picks are tight ends. Borkshire, however, apologies to him and his family, but have a better, easier name for us to be able to get there. ESPN had him ranked as the 159th overall prospect and 13th ranked tight end.
Yeah.
This stuff is all subjective, right? It all varies. However, when a number of different institutions are putting you in those positions, generally speaking, there's reason to speculate and wonder if maybe that was a little bit of a reach. I would say so. However, when you feel like your guys are going to start going, I mean, Dane Brugler had him as like the 8th ranked tight end. I definitely didn't see Borkshire going here, but if you like somebody, you identify him as your guy and get your freak on and go get him. I definitely just think he would have been available at many other picks, potentially for Jacksonville.
We're talking second round.
Second round pick in 55th overall. 56th overall. That's
kind of high for this guy. But again, hey, we talk about this all the time, folks. These teams know these prospects better than we do, and they know who fits and why they fit. Borcher is not a guy who caught a lot of passes in college. And I'm wondering, is he more of a, basically an extra offensive lineman in there, that type of thing? Even if he is, this is awfully early to take one of those guys.
69% of his snaps at Texas A&M, he was an inline blocker, offensive lineman in the Colin Klein scheme. He passed on a bunch of D2 offers coming out of high school to walk on at Nebraska, fulfill his childhood dream of playing for the Cornhuskers. That's a tough dream. Then ended up transferring to Texas A&M for his 6th year and got a little bit more opportunity. And now he's a 2nd-round pick in the NFL draft. God is good for Borkshire. Is that how we're pronouncing that one, Hunter? Get on this thing and rectify this.
I think it's Burkircher.
Burkircher. Okay.
Burkircher. Okay.
Because we've been butchering Borkircher's poor name. So
I've been Googling and trying to find this, but I think it's Burkircher.
Borkircher.
Burke.
Like
Berkature.
B-E-R-K, Berkature.
Well, luckily, Berkature is now in the rearview mirror because the Chicago Bears get Jimbo Colbert, Hall of Famer, to announce the 57th pick in the NFL draft.
I'm liking those cheese grater hats, my man. Oh, come on, grate that cheese right up. I love it. With the 57th pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Logan Jones, center, Iowa.
You like him?
Yeah, I really liked him.
Yep.
Yeah. I really liked Logan Jones, and that's a very good pick for the Chicago Bears after losing their center in the offseason when he decides to retire out of the blue. And now they end up replacing him with a unanimous All-American, a multi-year starter, guy that moved Wayne from defensive tackle to center and then started later on in the fall. Moved in the spring, started in the fall. Remington Award winner for top center in the country, rightfully so. Now might be a little undersized, but for the way he moves, the first team all Big Ten center is going to be a welcomed addition for Ben Johnson and that Bears team. That is exactly who Ben Johnson would have wanted, I can assume.
Yeah, I would think so. And, this is a kid probably fits a zone blocking scheme a little better, Billy, from what I'm reading here. But, hey, an Iowa offensive lineman, I'm telling you, folks, we've had a bunch of them in Green Bay over the last 30 years. And you can't miss. You really can't miss on those guys. So it'll be, but Logan Jones, generally considered to be, I think, the top center in this draft. Would you say, Billy? I think, overall.
Yeah, I would say so. Some people like Slaughter from Florida, maybe a little better. Some people like the Hecht kid from Kansas State. Jones might be a little undersized for everything that he might lack in terms of overall sheer size. Dude makes up for in athleticism and just insanely tough hands. That's a really interesting pick and a good one there for the Bears. Position of need at 57. 58 is up for the Cleveland Browns.
The Cleveland Browns select Emmanuel McNeil Warren, DB, Toledo.
McNeil Warren, many people thought would go in the front half of the second round. Some smoke late in the process thought, hey, who knows? Maybe some teams could really like him enough to jump up even further to go and grab McNeil Warren. He goes 58 to the Cleveland Browns. Feels like really good value, and he gets to stay in Ohio from Toledo to Cleveland, Ohio, and a big physical player out of the MAC, Wayne.
Yeah, I really like this kid. I liked him, the write-up on him, and I wonder if he fell a little bit because of the school he went to, a little smaller school. Yep. I don't know. Maybe sometimes that happens, but he ran in the mid 4.5s of the combine, plenty fast, plays fast. I really liked what I saw on tape of him because, again, I think his play speed is better than his time on the clock, but quick twitch movement kind of guy. I expected him to go much higher than this. Big time. And
a Florida kid grew up in the Tampa area, goes to Toledo, and a big physically imposing 6'4", 200 or 6'3.5", 200 pounds, and he lays the wood, no pause. He is a controlled dude that can really thump in the middle of a defense. And the Browns have continued to stockpile a lot of really good talent, Wayne. They got a number of different selections over the last couple of years. Obviously, they trade back last year with the Travis Hunter deal. Then they go and grab Mason Graham, who is one of the more productive defensive linemen as a rookie in football, and Schlesinger, who was the defensive rookie of the year in the second round. Judkins was in line to maybe be the offensive rookie of the year at one particular point. Now they've got four guys off of the moves that they made yesterday. Still grab Fanu, who many people thought was the number one offensive lineman on the board. Cece Concepcion from Texas A&M, Denzel Boston, McNeil Warren. I love these four picks that the Cleveland Browns have been able to stack.
McNeil Warren, kind of guy, the scouts say, this is a report I'm reading right now. This scout said, I'm sure everybody will try to make him into Kyle Hamilton or something, but he doesn't have those kind of skills. If he's free on the edge, he'll get downhill and make a play, but for the most part, it's just a lot of late to the party. He's the second or third guy in, and the next thing you know, he's got a tackle. But He does have a knack, and they all admit this. He has a knack for getting the ball out.
Yep.
Okay. He, 9 forced fumbles in his collegiate career.
Puts a master class on the old peanut punch, and you see it quite a bit. Another tight end goes here as Marlon Klein goes from Michigan to the Houston Texans with the 59th pick, and now another trade as the Tennessee Titans take over. Bears were on the clock at 60, and now it will be the Tennessee Titans. Bears move back a few spots. We'll get you the details of that one, and we'll hear from the newest Green Bay Packer. Brandon Cece will join the local beat reporters coming up in our next hour. Hour number 3 of night number 2 rolls on with you on YouTube, X, as well as Facebook and the iHeartRadio app. It's 1070 a.m. in Madison. He's Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Green Bay Packers. I'm Bill Schmid. This is the 2026 NFL Draft Show on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
Day 2 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
Our football team is going to be a hard team to make. At the same time, the quality of the individuals, the talent level, and not only that, but the people that we're bringing in from this particular draft class, I feel very good about.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy!
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens, and diving into each player your Green Bay Packers select.
The Green Bay Packers select Clay Matthews,
AJ Hawk,
Aaron Rodgers,
Brett Favre. Brett Favre, Brett Favre, Brett Favre.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
And there is your dagger!
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome back as we wrap up round number 2 here on night 2 and take you into round number 3. Green Bay Packers have made one selection. Brandon Cece, the newest member of your green and gold. We're going to hear from the South Carolina Gamecock cornerback coming up in a few minutes. He is the 20th pick of the second round, 52nd overall, just shy of 6 feet tall, 190 pounds. Cece, a third-year player from South Carolina, transferred from NC State, now becomes your newest Green Bay Packer. The LA Rams just used pick number 61 on Max Clare, tight end from Ohio State. This has been kind of the round of tight ends as we've seen a number of them go off the board. Clare is the first of 2 Ohio State tight ends that you'll see go off the board, maybe more of the pass-catching variety, as Will Kazmarek, more of an inline blocker, will go here as well. Wayne, a lot of tight ends going off the board. I think we anticipated there'd be more corners kind of going off the board here in this second round. Still feels like it sets up well for the Packers to be able to maybe double up like they have done in years past, or as Anthony Hill Jr. just went off the board, the inside linebackers getting tagged a little bit. Edge rusher, still a very deep position as we get into round number 3.
Very deep and very picked over, Billy. I mean, we've had a lot of edge rushers go off the board, but the position is that deep. And it was the deepest. It's the position, as we mentioned last night, folks, where this is the one position in this particular draft where supply certainly meets demand.
Big time.
And believe me, there's a heavy demand for edge rushers. Probably second to quarterback. There's always a demand for quarterback. You never have enough quarterbacks. But edge rusher is probably the next most important position, and there are a lot of them in this draft. This Anthony Hill, you mentioned to me, you said, he was one of those guys when you looked at him on tape, on TV, whatever, it looked like his uniform was 2 sizes too small. But 6'2", 239, ran 4.55, fastest, and had a 37-inch vertical jump. And this guy's a heck of an athlete.
Thick son of a gun, too. I mean, big joker, a big dude out there on the line.
I mean, I'm reading some of the stuff from the scouts. And as an inside backer, there isn't great take on. Why not? I mean, he's got the frame to do it. Maybe the coaching will be a factor here. Built like a pro, but when you start to dig into him, you definitely have question marks. They said he's not a first rounder. Well, he wasn't. He's a second rounder. Yep. A little soft to the point, doesn't have the linebacker mentality. I don't know about that. And here's one guy. He said, the one scout said, he's got some biomechanical issues that he might never be a good tackler in space. Wow, I've never heard that.
I didn't know that we were getting so scientific into why you can't wrap up and take to the ground. Okay. He's got really good chase down ability. And Wayne, I joked about it like that. He's either the biggest dude I've ever seen wear the 0 jersey, or it looked like he was wearing a youth small. It was hilarious to see the ironed-on uniform, but he's right in the middle of their defense. And that, to the point you just made, he can be physical at times. I think there's a lot of guys that people will say, well, he's definitely not a first rounder. Well, he ended up not going. This is the value of where you start finding different players. And that's a position I thought maybe they would add earlier. I think the best ones are off the board now. CJ Allen ended up going just after the Packers took Brandon Cece, the next pick. The Colts used it on the inside linebacker from the Georgia Bulldogs, while the Packers also then traded for Zaire Franklin, the inside linebacker formerly of the Indianapolis Colts. It's a unique blend I think the Packers are trying to go for here, a little bit of a mixture where, Wayne, it's felt like they've been on one side of the teeter-totter or the other. One of the oldest teams in the league in Aaron Rodgers' final year in 21, consistently the youngest or one of the youngest teams in the league over the last 3 years. Now, the guys that they've brought in free agency, St. Juste, Zaire Franklin traded for, obviously Hargrave after 30 years old, feels like they're trying to find a mixture of the young talent and some seasoned vets. Those are the best soups, the ones that got a number of those different profiles, I think.
Guys who have been there, done that. Guys who, when the tide of the ball game changes, okay, you're up by 10, you're off to a great start, first half, and that other team you know is going to come back on you, the tide turns against you. Can you stem the tide? Too often, unfortunately, for the Packers last year, they were unable to do that.
Exactly.
But what you do when the tide comes back against you after you've gotten off to a great start, that tells you whether you're going to win the game or not. And so I think some of these older guys coming in, they've been there. They've done that. They've seen that. And I think they're going to be great help in that regard for this football team. I'm not saying Javon Hargrave and Zaire Franklin are in their prime. They may not be, but the know-how they bring to this football team is valuable.
And being able to also take your rookies around the league, take your young players around the league. Benjamin St. Juste being there for potentially a number of different corners, I just think is a valuable asset.
Yeah.
And you need to have a different blend of it. And I also don't think the Packers are probably done adding some of those vets because of how the compensatory pick rules go off here with different free agents. Now, we also heard kind of bearing another part of the lead here tonight, Packers have drafted one player. They've also signed one of their players, Jaden Reed, formerly the 50th overall pick, to a 3-year contract extension worth just north of $50 million, 20 of which guaranteed. All right, we'll go back to the podium here as the Bills make a selection. Little trade from the AFC playoffs a year ago. Bills trading with the Denver Broncos and now selecting at 62.
2026 NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills select David Igbinosun, DB, Ohio State.
Igbinosun has been somebody, Wayne, that we were eyeing, casting an eye to. Now, I thought Davison would be more available coming up in the second round. He goes at 62. Again, who do you like? Big boundary corner at over 6'2", and played in the Big Ten. That factors in for me going up against some of the top flight competition in college football.
I can't agree with you more. Has the dimensions the Packers really like in big cornerbacks. Ran a 4.48 40, longest arms of the top 10 corners, 32 and 7/8. Some have mentioned he's mainly, a boundary type corner. So, he's not probably going to be your best cover corner, but he's, he can play up out of the box. He can take care of the run if it comes his way, that kind of thing. A big cornerback. He just doesn't have great reaction, and he's a little bit stiff. He's a big guy at cornerback at 6'2". So, but again, I think a good prospect and a good value in the second round here.
Definitely a guy, Wayne, that one of the biggest knocks on him is needing to cut down on the penalties.
Well, he's a little grabby.
Yeah. And I think that can be something that ultimately gets rectified with good coaching and confidence in the scheme. They also were running one of the most complex schemes in college football this year. I wonder if that factored into it. There's a lot going on as to what you have to think of. Instead, in a lot of different NFL offense or defenses, no doubt about it, there'll be some complexities to it. But at that position, a lot of it's that guy right there. Don't let him get free. And I wonder if that's where he ends up being the best in his NFL career. But he ends up going to the Buffalo Bills just near the back end of the second round. Packers take Brandon Cece with the 52nd pick in the 2026 draft. We're going to hear from Cece coming up in a few minutes as he is meeting with the assembled Green Bay media. We got another pick as Jim Harbaugh. Did I give it right? Harbaugh. Harbaugh, because
yeah,
you know that he's going to pick another big son of a gun as the LA Chargers are coming up here with their selection at pick number 63 just before the Seahawks wrap up the second round here in Pittsburgh, PA. Looks like a phenomenal night in Pittsburgh, by the way. Like last year on night number 2 was when we were plagued in Green Bay with the rain. They're not getting any of that, which Hunter Baumgart is an oddity. Baseball folks would say Pittsburgh rain. We should have built in and crowbarred like 2 or 3 rain delays here for the 3 days in the NFL draft. Man, they should have been playing baseball here with the fact that there's no precipitation there.
Yeah, it kind of does feel that way. And you also might want like even rain at American Family Field right now. Paul Skeens has retired every Brewers batter he's faced through 5 innings. He's just started his 6th inning of work.
Oh, so that means he's got a perfect game.
That is exactly what it means.
That means he's got a perfect game.
Perfect game.
Okay,
so
we got to
let's
figure out
just
how to do
repeat that for the next hour.
All right, perfect game here at number 63, LA Chargers selection with Sean Merriman. Oh, he gives the lights out celebration. Wayne, I tried to do that when I was a youth. It didn't look as cool as it did for him.
With the 63rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jake Slaughter, guard, Florida.
Now, Jake Slaughter, they announced him as a guard. He was ranked by many as the number 1 center in the field. He comes from Florida, just south of 6'5", right around 300 pounds. Played center, second team All-American at Florida. He was one of the lone bright spots for the Gators offense here in 2025, but a physical blocker, really good pass blocker, Wayne. And I wonder if there's a reason why they announced him as a guard instead of a center, or if maybe he just misread the G for the C. But Jake Slaughter goes to the LA Chargers, who need a center because I believe Bradley Bozeman, their starting center, announced his retirement earlier on this offseason.
Yeah, you're right. Played at Florida. That speaks, he's the player Florida speaks most highly of from what the scouts found when they went down there, the coaching staff of the Florida Gators. First team All-America, backed up in 21 and 22, made 33 starts the last 3 years. When you look at all these centers in the league, they're mid to late picks, and he's like that. I mean, he's mid to late second round pick here. This is a guy they feel very confident about. He's probably going to go in there, and he probably won't make the Pro Bowl, but he'll be your starting center for 5 to 10 years.
You'll take that
and just be very good.
Yep. And I love the write-up that it got from Dane Brugler, and the caption was just no single overwhelming trait, but just promising control, strength, and processing. Okay. So maybe just a do your job kind of player, right? Yeah. Go in, do his work, be good, and then be able to move on. And a lot of times, Wayne, that's all people want from offensive linemen. If I don't have to know your name because I'm not either hearing the official list off your jersey number for a holding penalty or you're giving up a sack, that's a lot of times people's favorite offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
So the LA Chargers stockpile up into their ground game. They grabbed Marion Hampton last year, running back in the first round. Obviously, Justin Herbert had himself a good year last year. Not a great year, but one of the biggest reasons why was because they could not protect him consistently. They got 2 outstanding tackles when healthy. Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater both were lost for the season with season-ending injuries this past season. So wonder how that impacts them going into 2026. All right, Seattle Seahawks, the reigning defending Super Bowl champions, on the board here at 64. Now, they went with a luxury pick at 32. Wayne, do you think that they possibly go with a Jermon McCoy on just simple value, feeling like the tape was so good? They don't need – it's hard to say that they need anybody to come in and play for them right now. They feels like they're one hole last night at running back with the absence now of Kenneth Walker. But it feels like this will be, as John Schneider has put together the last 3 or 4 years, just a really, really solid player. They lost Reek Woolen, corner to free agency. Kobe Bryant, safety now to the Bears. Wonder if this is a defensive spot here for Seattle.
Yeah, I wonder too, Billy. And I wonder if McCoy would be the guy. Is this where you can take a shot on this guy and understand that if that's still a second-round pick? That's the thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know if Seattle, if John Schneider does that right now, but this kid, Jermod McCoy, folks, we're talking about cornerback out of Tennessee. He's got a degenerative. That's been the word, that the D word, degenerative knee issue, and that's something that, well, that's going to limit your career. Okay,
Right.
Now you may be able to get healthy, play a few years, but you're not long term. So do you take him now, knowing how good he is, first round talent, best cornerback in the draft, if it wasn't for the injury?
And that's one of the fascinating ones of, are you fine with 4 to 5 years of really good production and that's it? Or do you want to have the lottery ticket and take maybe more of an opportunity for somebody to be a longer ranging player? Hey, if you sign them to a second contract, it feels like a win. Or if they help you win games, it works out for you. Seattle going to make the pick here. Final pick of the second round in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
NFL draft. The world champs, Seattle Seahawks, select Bud Clark, DB, TCU.
As we were talking about Jermod McCoy, I wondered, Wayne, if Bud Clark made some sense here. TCU player, one that we mentioned, wore the C on his chest for a long time. They lost Kobe Bryant, safety to the Bears in free agency. Rangy guy in the back end of a secondary, and just a really, really good player, and always going to help out folks in coverage. He is trying to go and hunt the football every single time it rolls up into the air.
Ran a 4.40, vertical jump of 38, arms are 31 and a half. This is a nice looking player at 6'1", 197, as you pointed out. 6 years at TCU, starting 44 of 61 games. Injuries, however, were frequent. That's why he was able to spend 6 years there. But, and we were just talking about another player, Jermod McCoy, the cornerback, who has had injury issues. But at least at this point in time, the Seahawks feel like, all right, safety, he has some injury issues.
Yeah.
You know what I said last night about players? You don't want to draft somebody who's banged up in college and think he's going to get healthy in the NFL. It's not a spa, folks. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't
the
work
NFL
very well.
Is 100% injury. Do you understand that? It's a car crash every time you go out there. So, at any rate, they must feel like Bud Clark, make a shot, take a shot here. He's had some injury problems, but not like the McCoy kid. A little too early for that cornerback.
100%. And I'm a big fan of Bud Clark. He was a guy that would jump off the tape. And
Yes.
You saw him play a ton of football and played big games for that team down there in TCU. The oldest of 3 kids from Louisiana, good football player, and excited to see how he rolls in Seattle for every game that he plays outside of when the Seattle Seahawks play the Green Bay Packers, and potentially maybe in the playoffs coming up here in 2026. All right, let's take a quick timeout as we flip it to round number 3. We're going to hear from Brandon Cece coming up here this hour of the program. We're also going to, later on tonight, after the Packers make their next selection, 84th overall, not sure immediately following, but pretty soon after, I assume then we'll hear from Brian Gutekunst. We're with you till 11 o'clock. Wayne Larrivee's right there. I'm Bill Schmid, Hunter Baumgart producing here. We have Doug Russell live in Green Bay at 1265 Lombardi Avenue. A ton of reaction and still more to get to. And another round of picks. Round 3 is on its way. Right after this, you've got the 2026 NFL Draft Show presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
This is Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Let's get back to the picks. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome back to the Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin 2026 NFL Draft Show. I'm Bill Schmid. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers, joining me. We have Doug Russell in Green Bay, Hunter Baumgart here as well. And the Green Bay Packers have welcomed one new player into the covenant. His name is Brandon Cece, corner from South Carolina. Will they add another or two coming up here into round number 3? First picks of round number 3 are underway. The first one goes quarterback, and it's Carson Beck, the starting quarterback for the national championship runner-up Miami Hurricanes, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. So, Wayne, people didn't like the fact that they went Jeremiah Love, number 1 or number 3 overall in the first round. Do you have enough with it? Well, now they maybe get a developmental quarterback. They grabbed a big guard, and now the Mike LaFleur era is officially off and running there in Arizona.
Yeah, and they got Jacoby Brissett, right? That
Yes,
they're
sir.
trying to
Yep.
hammer out a contract with him one way or the other. Carson Beck's interesting. You know, he's played in pro-style systems in his college career, and so he's a guy that I'm sure, you know, he's 6'5", 233, looks the part. Maybe somebody that Mike LaFleur can mold, and that's probably what this pick is all about.
I think the Beck thing is unique in a couple of different standpoints, one of which he was incredibly decorated in terms of the teams that he was on, the games that those teams won, the national championships at Georgia. He was not the starting quarterback for. Stetson Bennett was taking the main snaps there, but to your point, he was training in a pro style offense, then transfers after getting his chance. It doesn't necessarily work out his first year with the Dogs. And it was a bunch of conversation about everything other than his football play.
Yeah.
Do his teammates like him? He was dating the Hunters, our youth in the building. It's the Cavender twins, correct? The Cavender twins. They're the TikTok stars. One of which is then dating Jake Ferguson, Haley Cavender. I believe I'm pronouncing that name correctly.
That sounds right.
Right, big TikTok stars, basketball players.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The pronunciation, I don't know exactly.
Okay, well, that most people know. The young ladies that were the teammates on the Miami basketball team, the Cavender twins, whichever one is. If not, they've made more money than me there. I don't need to apologize to them. But she had like a video, Wayne, coming out being like, I didn't break up with him because he cheated on me. I broke up with him because of like who he was. Like his friends don't even like him. So it was all about who he was as a person, not as a player. And from all the indications over the last number of weeks, he blew the interviews out of the park. And that's an interesting story of a guy where all the knocks felt like they were outside of football for Beck, because otherwise he's definitely a developmental player, but an interesting prospect, no doubt about it.
A little bit older.
Yeah, for
as
sure.
a lot of these people are going to be now getting into this part of the draft. But it'll be interesting. You know, he also was a professional baseball player, a prospect, I should say, a professional prospect in baseball as a first baseman and pitcher. So this is a pretty good athlete.
Really, really good athlete, and also tests one of my longstanding theories that nobody ever got less athletic or less talented when they get an arm sleeve tattoo. Looks cool. Like looks like he might be a actor playing a guy playing quarterback, but now he's going to get a chance to develop in the NFL and go there to Arizona. And Wayne, you mentioned Jacoby Brissett. They're trying to hammer out a contract with him. Be a good vet to have in front of him. Jacoby Brissett's just a solid dude, played a bunch of NFL football, and can take you a little bit around the league, which is many a times the biggest issue. You need to be able to learn some of the difficult parts that the NFL and things that the NFL is going to throw at you. And it sometimes is best to learn that by watching somebody else do it. So Carson Beck goes 65, first quarterback taken outside of the first round. And after Ty Simpson, goes 13 to the Los Angeles Rams. All right, we're ready to hear from the newest Green Bay Packer. Brandon Cece met with the media, and answers the questions that all of them have. Wes Hodkowitz, Rob Demoski, our own Doug Russell, Matt Schneidman and company, Pete Doherty. The list goes on and on of the elite men asking these questions on a beautiful Zoom call or teleconference call. We get to hear from the newest Green Bay Packer, Brandon Cece, now on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. They showed your emotional reaction on TV. What are the emotions you're going through right now, and who are you celebrating with tonight?
Super high, just excited, a lot of different emotions, but just excited to be a Green Bay Packer and, be a part of a great organization. It means a lot to me, so excited for it.
Bill Huber.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. Kind of along the same lines as Matt's question, but what was the wait like? What are the emotions as you're kind of going through it, and kind of the sense of relief when you get that phone call?
It's special, and I saw the area code and just saw Green Bay Packers, and it's like a moment come true, but just really can't put it in words.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. I understand you got some people close to you that are pretty big Packers fans. Can you, tell us who they are and what that's all about?
My girlfriend and family, huge Packer fans from Wisconsin. So, that's kind of like the storyline there. We got kind of like a little thing. Big Packer fan, so special.
Congratulations.
You went out.
Sorry, we'll go back to him. Sorry, Steve, you're echoing, so we'll hold it tight there. Go ahead, Kyle.
Hey, Brandon, congrats and welcome to Green Bay. I guess you said your girlfriend's family has family around the area. What do you know about the Packers organization?
Just a historic tradition. He's had, Go Pack Go, just a very loud stadium, Lambeau Field. So I know a lot, been watching it for a long time, and obviously Keyshawn Nixon is there. So it's been great be able to watch it from afar and not be a part of it. I'm just excited.
I was just going to ask you that, Brandon. Do you know Keyshawn at all?
Actually just got to see him recently. I mean, not see him recently, talked to him a little bit recently. So it's been good, but I'm looking forward to getting to know from him more and get to learn from him.
Yeah, have you picked his brain at all through the years?
Not yet recently, but I'm sure as soon as I get there, I'll be willing to learn everything I can from him.
There we go. Hey, Brandon, congratulations. Just want to know, when it comes to getting on the field, what do you think are the biggest attributes that you could bring to help this team as you transition from college to the NFL?
Just a player that can play everywhere, play fast, physical, relentless, be a student of the game, and just looking to contribute any way they want me to contribute from day one and give the organization everything I have.
Congratulations. We were just wondering, we had seen some articles where you had talked about the chip on your shoulder from your recruiting process. What was that recruiting process like for you in terms of how seriously South Carolina pursued you from high school, and how much has that kind of inspired you moving forward?
It's definitely a chip, but South Carolina did a great job when I came back home, and I'm thankful they gave me the opportunity. High school, current went NC State, was kind of under the radar, but it all happened for the better. Ended up back at South Carolina with a great coaching staff that helped develop me, and I can't thank those guys enough.
Ryan Wood.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. Sorry if you've been asked this already. I'm a little late to join, but Mike Owens was just talking to us about his first recollections of getting to meet you and get to know you last September. I'm curious, what do you remember about that? And if back in that conversation, if you've been told, hey, you're going to play for this guy's team, right? You're going to play for the Packers, what that journey's been like for you?
We just kind of joked about it at first, and it's kind of crazy to see how it, come to fruition. But I'm glad he's still on the table for me, and really took a chance on me. A really smart guy, and puts a lot of time in, and super honest, super thorough, and it's been a great relationship with him, and I'm excited.
Hey, Brandon, did you get any strong indications, the Combine, South Carolina Pro Day, that the Packers were this interested in you? Were there indications along those lines, or how did that go?
Didn't kind of know, didn't know the extent of interest. Met with them a few times, met them at the Combine, and I didn't really know what was going to happen. Met with them at Pro Day a little bit, but had really no clue. It kind of came out of nowhere, and was just excited.
Yeah. Would you say man zone? What do you like to do?
whatever the Packers need me to do, I can do. So that's the good thing about it. Whatever they need me to do, I'll be able to play.
What town in Wisconsin is your girlfriend's family from? Is it close to here, or do you know what area they're from?
I don't remember the exact town, but I know it's closer to Madison.
Hey, Brandon. Mike Owen talked a little bit about your ball skills and thinking that there is something there, that there could be more meat on the bone there. What do you think are where those are at now, and how can you improve it? Catching more passes when the quarterback throws them your way.
Just taking advantage of the opportunities that come, and making guys pay. So something that I look forward to showcasing, and excited to see where it goes, and just excited to show everybody that I can make those kind of plays. So just taking full advantage of every opportunity.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. How do you do with playing in some pretty cold and frigid temperatures?
I'm excited for it. I'll be just fine. I'm excited for it.
Go ahead, Ryan Wood.
Hey, Brandon. It's been a year since the Packers traded for Micah Parsons, and when he first met us, he said, "Hey, DBs are going to love playing with me." I'm curious. I know lots of emotions going through your mind, but being a DB, being able to cover in the same defense as a Micah Parsons, what's that going to mean for you?
It's going to be special for me, knowing that I have somebody that can get after the passer like that and change games. I look forward to playing with him, and I just know he's going to help me, and I'm going to help him do everything I can to make the quarterback pat the ball and let him get home. So do everything in my power to help me, and I know he's going to help me just as much.
Wes Hodgowitz.
Brandon, just in terms of your run defense, that's something I know a lot of people gave you a lot of acclaim for leading up to the draft. Just what do you kind of bring in that capacity, and how do you think that can translate to the NFL?
You said what? Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, just as far as your run defense, and just kind of what you bring to the table in that regard, and how you think that can kind of translate to the NFL.
I pride myself on being able to put myself in the fit, so I'm excited for it, and that's something that I really love showcasing in my game, is being able to be a complete corner. So I pride myself on being able to come up in the fit and make a lot of plays.
There you go. Now can you hear me? Yeah, should unmute my mic. Brandon, area Scott here, Mike Owen was saying that anytime you come to campus, you kind of see you watching college film, pro film, and high school film. I just kind of, where did that come from, and how much do you really just love taking in football?
It's just something I really just kind of grew on me since I was a little kid, and something I take a lot of pride in is knowing what everybody's doing, know who I'm playing with, know who I'm going against. So it's just kind of been natural for me, and it's something that I just keep improving every day.
Kyle Malzahn.
Brandon, I know you said that you got to speak with Keyshawn a little bit. A, would you learn about Keyshawn? And B, is that a player that you'd enjoy playing next to?
Yes, definitely somebody I enjoyed playing next to. Watched him a little bit when I was a kid, and he was at South Carolina. So I look forward to speaking with him more and getting to know him a lot better.
Jason Wilde.
Brandon, did I read it right that you went to the NFC Championship game in Seattle and watched it as a fan?
Yeah.
How did that come about, and how do you feel now about the fact that, in 6 months you could be playing in a game like that with this team?
It's a special environment. It's something that you really strive for. So I look forward to it and being able to get in that kind of environment.
Ellie French.
Brandon, did you always believe that you could be a guy to one day play in the NFL and be drafted, or did it take some time for you to kind of convince and believe that you could get to this moment?
It's something that I believe since I've been a little kid, so it's just exciting to see it come true, but it's not where the job ends, and just know that it's got to take it to another level.
That is the newest Green Bay Packer, Brandon Cece, as he meets the Green Bay media. Gotta say, it's a difficult situation to get thrust into. Obviously, biggest night of his life, right, Wayne? And now immediately, hey, we got a bunch of people that are going to ask you a bunch of different questions that you are going to know and are going to talk to you on a daily basis, but you have no clue what any of them look like, no clue what any of them are doing, and they're just going to ask you a bunch of questions, and people are going to take it because we as Packers fans are sitting here, Wayne, saying, all right, first pick of the draft. People are hanging on all these words. there's a lot going through that young man's head, and I thought he was exceptional in that conversation. Really, really well spoken.
He is, no question about it, and looks like a good kid. The one thing I will say this about the Packers personnel department that with great certainty is that they bring in good people.
Yep.
Okay.
Amen.
The people aspect of how they break down a prospective player in the draft, that's a big part of it, and it's probably bigger than a lot of teams around the league. And I think it gets back to Ron Wolf understanding. And again, this whole scouting system is all broke. It's all from Ron Wolf on down. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they understand they are in a unique market. Okay. In a unique team where there is no owner, there are fans that own the team.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very unique and very different. So they take great care. And it goes back to Ron Wolf. It goes back to Ted Thompson, Brian Gutekunst. The people they bring in, and I'm just amazed at the young people they bring in, how well-mannered they are, well-spoken they are, respectful, and, they've done a great job in that regard. They really have.
Doing your homework in that seems like a very easy thing to do. Like when we were joking about the finding guys that love football. Well, that seems like it should be a pretty simple task. Well, a lot of people can make you sound and make themselves sound very, very good in a 10-minute car wash interview at the combine. It is impressive to be able to really understand who you're bringing into your locker room because, Wayne, especially some of these guys that are drafted very, very high, I mean, you're counted upon to be a significant player right away, and you're making significant money in that locker room. You're going to have to handle yourself a certain way, and it is very important, the people aspect of it, because there's so many different personalities that are going to be in that locker room.
Exactly. And, putting the right personalities together. I when I talk to groups, I talk about how, it's a job hiring process. Okay. And the easiest thing is to recognize talent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, this guy's an athlete. You and I can see that.
Sure.
Okay. That starts the process. That's the easy part. Now what you have to figure out is, okay, how does this talent fit what we do? How does this personality fit our locker room? All those things are really important. They're intangibles. It's more than just the drive-by 10-minute interview at the combine. You've got to go talk to the coaches who've worked with this kid. And now you've got to go probably to 3 different schools.
All over the place.
You've got to find where he's been, talk to the people who've worked with him, that kind of thing. The process has gotten tougher in this new age of the portal and NIL and that type of thing.
That is one of my favorite things to hear different personnel guys talk about. Who do they most discuss things with, right? Who are their favorite people when you go to a college campus to discuss it with? Because the position coach is going to tell you the guy's the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? Because he wants to get a new contract. He wants to be able to promote video guys. Security guys are going to know a lot about the young men, and the video guys show you, Wayne, that wherever you are on the totem pole, you treat everybody with a certain level of respect and understanding. I think those are my favorite ones to hear.
The equipment guy, the equipment guys, and the kids who are helping the equipment guy. That's all. That's where it comes from. That's how you determine, is this prospect going to fit is he our kind of people?
And we're excited to be able to see who the next person that the Green Bay Packers bring into the fold will be. And it'll come up, well, a lot sooner than maybe we anticipated. Pick 71 with the Washington Commanders going to be coming up here in just a matter of minutes. Something else about those Packer people, extension of that conversation I want to run back, because Wayne Larrivee and I've been lucky enough to be able to do this with the voice of the Green Bay Packers, Wayne Larrivee. For now, I think this is our 5th year being able to do this. And Wayne, a couple of years ago, that became a big time conversation of who you're bringing in and seeing if the Packers are adjusting that strategy as well. Before we get to pick number 84, Doug Russell is in Green Bay as well. He was just on the call. He's going to check in with us on the other side. You've got a lot more with us. Stay tuned. It's Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's time to go up to Green Bay and check in with Packers Game Day host Doug Russell. Here's Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Well, what does Doug Russell have in common with the newest Green Bay Packer, Brandon Cece? Quote, whatever they need me to do, I can do. Now, his was whatever the Packers need me to do, I can do. Whatever sports fans need Doug Russell to do, he can do. He's hanging out with us. I'm Bill Schmid. Wayne Larrivee's right there as our draft coverage continues up in Green Bay and here in our network studios. So, Doug, conversations up in Green Bay. First off, we just heard from Brandon Cece. I mentioned it like this is the best night of his life, and then all of a sudden, hey, here's like 12 of the most important questions that are going to be taken as gospel for your entire career.
Right.
Good luck answering them in the best way possible. I thought he was a very, very insightful young man. He did very, very well, carried himself phenomenally in that conversation. What did you hear?
Yeah, I heard a lot of the same thing. I mean, this is a kid who is mature. I mean, these guys get media training while they're in college, and, it shows when they get to the NFL. Right, absolutely. And especially in the NIL era, as you can imagine, that more opportunities financially are going to come your way, the better that you present yourself and the better able you are to communicate with those perhaps that you don't know. And Brandon Cece will get to know all of us over the course of, however long his career is, hopefully very long here in Green Bay, but certainly he'll get a crash course once he gets to Green Bay. And that's what you like to hear. You like to hear, someone who is grateful for the opportunity, someone who understands that, coming to Green Bay is a special thing in the National Football League because, sometimes I wonder with some of the younger players whether or not it's generational or not, and that old heads like me or those that, have been around the block a few times as well, perhaps have a different view of the Green Bay Packers than some of the younger players because it is a small town. You don't know a lot about Green Bay, Wisconsin outside of the Green Bay Packers, but when you hear guys like Josh Jacobs and Xavier McKinney say, well, you get there and it feels a lot like what we went to Tuscaloosa for because it's all about ball. It kind of gets your juices flowing a little bit. So I think that for Brandon Cece, he's going to get here and he's going to understand how special Green Bay Packers football is.
And being able to understand what makes the guy tick. We're reading everything about Brandon Cece and all the common denominators are loving football. We joked about it. That sounds like an easy thing to do, but a lot of guys love what football brings, Doug, and it's not always the intrinsic motivation. One guy that you guys just had a chance to speak with somebody who was a part of bringing Brandon Cece to the Green Bay Packers and trying to figure out and identify all of those things that make him tick.
Yeah, area scout Mike Owen was the first one to meet us in the media auditorium tonight, I suppose. And he only lives about 35 minutes away from where Brandon Cece played college football. So he was tasked with, all right, let's figure out what this young man is all about. And Mike Owen, here's about 5 minutes of conversation that he had with us in the media auditorium about an hour ago.
A lot to like about Brandon Cece. Smart, tough, physical corner. Got good foot quickness, can run. So it's a lot to like about him. And he's wired right. That's the biggest thing at the end of the day.
Wired right. What did you see in
Great character. Go ahead.
The interviews, evidence from the interviews, or how did you find out he was wired correctly?
When you go to school, talk to sources, talk to the kid. I spent a lot of time with this kid. I live 35 minutes from the University of South Carolina, so I spent a lot of time with him. When you go there, they spoke highly of him, work ethic, in the weight room, at practice. Smart kid, always watching a ton of football. Anytime I went there, he's in the recruiting office watching NFL, college, or high school. So that's what I love about the kid. Really loves football at the end of the day.
When did you first get your attention, especially being so close to campus there, and what was it that got your attention?
So it's funny, when he was like a freshman at NC State, he kind of caught your eye, but he's a freshman, so you're not really paying too much attention to it, but transferred here and right in training camp, you see the gifts. Now it's just about playing football, starting and going. And each game that you've seen, he just caught your eye. You're like, okay, we need to pay attention to this dude.
What they do with him at NC State in terms of where he played versus South Carolina?
He played corner, inside, outside, but he was a rotational guy then. They had a lot of senior stars at the time. But, coming to South Carolina, played strictly outside, and he could play both at the end of the day.
What are those traits you look for when seeing if a guy can play both inside and outside?
The athletic traits, the smarts, the toughness is a big thing because when you go inside, you're more in the fire. You know, people running at you, got crack blocks and stuff. So that smarts and toughness is a big thing. You got to have the short air quickness, especially inside. That can carry outside too.
How is it about a guy like that comes from college and he's tough in college and he gets to a different world in the NFL? How do they maintain that toughness? The guys are bigger, stronger, and everything.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to go through your humbling moments. You know, everybody coming to the NFL, you're going to get the welcome to the NFL moments. It's just getting over that hurdle, getting over that adversity. But as long as your mindset, you train right mentally and physically with your toughness, you know, getting, you know, popping back up at the end of the day, you know, taking that hit. But the toughness is always a mentality thing. You always have it. It doesn't leave you, but it's just about you, you know, maintaining it.
When and where did you first meet him personally, Mike?
Say around September. Went up there for a practice. And one of the guys, Drew, brought me over. He was like, hey, I got a guy I want you to meet. And I knew you, Brandon. And we started talking and stuff. Built a great relationship. You know, great dude to talk to, but we just talked a lot about football at the end of the day and his thought process of how he sees the game and stuff. So it was really encouraging. So when you get a guy like that, when he's a good player, but you're also able to talk ball and get a feel for him, it makes you even more comfortable with the guy.
Numbers are numbers, so whatever, but how are his ball skills? I know he didn't have a lot of picks, but no more than that.
I thought he had good ball skills. So when you go to practice, you pay attention to that stuff, see how they catch it. But if you see the game clips, he attacks the football. He's aggressive with his hand combat, drawing the ball loose, you know, picks is picks. But at the end of the day, at that catch point, if you can get the ball out and make sure the receiver don't get a completion, that's what you want.
What do you make of it?
All right. At the end of the day, the Packers get themselves a player that a lot of people were kind of targeting, had circled. We talked about it with our friend Rob Rieger earlier on today on the Huddle here on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin. And mentioned the fact.
Cross plug.
Thank you, Wayne. He had said
a real
checks in the mail.
I appreciate you, fella. Come on now. Thank you. Now he had mentioned Cese's name, and he just fits a little bit more of the mold that a lot of us were looking at, like a little bit bigger corner, maybe more of a boundary corner, and the youth is an underrated aspect of it. And Doug, hearing Mike talk about it right there of loving football, always in the office, always around it. He mentioned in the conversation with you guys that we heard his girlfriend's family, big Packers fans. Seems like a guy that is waiting in the wings and waiting for this moment. That's a cool deal.
Yeah, and that's what you want. I mean, you do want somebody who loves football. I know that we've said that a lot. I mean, maybe that at the end of the day is going to be one of the cliches of the night. But that's what you do want, though. You want somebody who is enthusiastic about being here, because there are a lot of guys who play football that probably don't love it as much as others. And you remember a couple of years ago, who did they keep drafting? They kept drafting players that had been captains. It was one captain after another, because it just shows that they've, got leadership skills that are valued here in Green Bay.
Exactly what we were thinking about. Doug took it right out of my mind. 2024, I think they drafted 5 team captains. Thinking about guys that are in leadership roles, going to be thrust into it early and often when you're one of the younger teams in pro football. We're just getting going here. Packers going to be picking here very soon into round number 3. Stay with us. Hour 4 of night 2 of our coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft is straight ahead.
Day 2 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
Our football team can be a hard team to make. At the same time, the quality of the individuals, the talent level, and not only that, but the people that we're bringing in from this particular draft class, I feel very good about.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy!
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens, and diving into each player your Green Bay Packers select.
The Green Bay Packers select Clay Matthews,
AJ Hawk,
Aaron Rodgers,
Brett Favre, Brett Favre, Brett Favre, Brett Favre.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
and there is your dagger.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
All right, in a sudden change, whether it's a interception, a fumble recovery, or a trade up 7 spots, you got to be able to be fluid. You got to be able to move and adjust. Cut him and crack him, and the Green Bay Packers called an audible and made a trade, and they are on the clock with pick number 77, and John Kuhn, the pick is in.
With the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Chris McClellan, defensive tackle, Missouri.
Chris McClellan taken by the Green Bay Packers as we welcome you in to our number 4 of our coverage here of night number 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Wayne Larrivee, the Packers go up from pick number 84, trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and draft a big defensive lineman, 6'3.5", over 300 pounds, and Chris McClellan, a little bit of an interchangeable guy here that the Packers grab, a 22-year-old.
His arms are 34, his hands 11, tied for the largest at the position. Started 1 of 25 games at Florida in 22-23, then 22 of 26 at Mizzou. Finished with 133 tackles, 17 TFLs from his interior defensive line position, 10.5 sacks in his career, a forced fumble, 4 batted passes. He's this scouting report I read, he's a functional starter, rotational player. Is he an impact player? Maybe, maybe not, but he's probably an impact player stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly why the Packers traded up to get him, to stop the run.
And a big interchangeable guy, has lined up a lot over the ball, a 1 or a 3 tech. He can be a varying player in that sense, and something that the Packers are going to have to covet. Now, we still don't necessarily know what Jonathan Gannon wants to run. We haven't heard from the newest Packers defensive coordinator yet, but Doug Russell, that kind of versatility feels like you're up at 1265 Lombardi in Lambeau Field, and I assume we'll hear from the Packers decision makers here soon, unless they think that they might still be active here on night number 2. They traded away pick number 160, their 5th rounder, so only 1 pick tomorrow in the first 2 rounds. They'll have pick 120, but they send 84 and 160 here to go up to 77. What are your first brushes here of Chris McClellan? Dad played in the SEC, he played in the SEC, and now he's a 3rd round pick of the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think we'll hear from Brian Gutekunst until the last pick is made. That's generally how he does things here on draft night, all 3 nights of the draft. As far as Chris McClellan, I mean, this is someone who I think Wayne hit the nail on the head. They needed some help stuffing the run. I think we saw that last year after Kenny Clark was traded for Micah Parsons. And listen, I don't think anybody would not do that trade because Micah Parsons, before he got injured, was a game wrecker. And even with the injury, was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. But as far as McClellan, he's a guy who's going to be able to get in there and I think affect the run game. I don't know that he's going to necessarily be expected to be a pass rusher, but he can get to the quarterback and showed that he has some quickness, although that's not necessarily his game. He's just a big hog molly up front. And, as long as we're doing cliches, they say the games are won and lost in the trenches. And at times the Packers have looked occasionally soft in the trenches. And this is a pick I think that they are hoping is going to be one of those guys that solidifies the middle that perhaps they were lacking a little bit last year.
You know, Doug, the thing about him, he's got length, okay?
Mhm.
And the thing about that, he's got a disruptive element to his game because of that length. So he gets his hands up, he's going to knock some passes down. I mean, he could be a presence inside, pushing the pocket a little bit, but I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think the reason the Packers went up and got him, it looks like Jonathan Gannon's going to run some 3-4. This is a kid you could probably plug in. I would guess he can play the nose tackle.
I'm guessing.
Billy, as you mentioned, the 0 or 3 technique. But, he could play up front like that, maybe push the pocket a little bit, but really what they're looking for, and this kid has great strength, he'll have to play a little. He'll have to lower his pad level a little, as Mike McCarthy used to say. He'll have to do that, but that's where coaching comes into play on this level. And once he gets lower than low, then I think he's going to be a guy who's hard to move out of there.
And one of the other parts of it, how much have we talked about availability as a great ability for these players? And it seems like we're talking about it in the negative variety with a lot of guys being dinged up in their college career. This dude's durable as all hell. Played all 51 games over the last 4 seasons.
Love it.
In college football, and doing it all in the SEC, whether it was at Florida and at Missouri. Played 2 years for the Gators, and then reopened his recruiting process in his junior year. Reopened his recruiting process junior year of high school as well, and that's when he started getting everybody interested in him. Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon had out. Alabama, Florida, Georgia offers, LSU, Texas A&M, went to Gainesville, started out with the Gators, and then stayed there through the first year of Billy Napier, and then ultimately moved on to go to Missouri. So a very, very disruptive guy in that standpoint that you mentioned, Wayne, as well. But I think they say natural thickness. That's a great name. That is a great tag to have if you're going to be a defensive lineman. Great term to have, but just a difficult guy to keep your hands on as an offensive lineman because of that length. And also from the little bit of tape that I'm able to see here so far already, very, very violent hands. Really good at getting the offensive lineman disengaged from, because he's really violent with that swat.
I really think the season he had this year, I mean, he showed a lot of the scouts. There were some doubts about this kid a couple of years ago from what I'm reading here, but this year he really showed them that his instincts are good on the interior. He made that jump to the next level, and now he's a 3rd-round draft choice. And he's got a chance to play a key role for the Packers as we go forward.
Big time. Going to have a lot of opportunities because you look at that defensive tackle position. Devontae Wyatt coming off, obviously, a devastating injury. Javon Hargrave, I think, is going to be a very influential guy here because he's a dude that when you're talking about some of the weaknesses here, pass rush based more on strength and sequencing, great way to learn some of that is from a veteran guy like Hargrave who is been paid for a long time, Wayne, to get to the quarterback from that spot.
No question about that. And I think that's a big reason why Hargrave's on the football team. Can he still play? Yes, he can. He wouldn't be here if he couldn't. But I think the intangibles he brings, the experience he brings, and these young guys are going to look up to a player like that. He's won a Super Bowl, been all pro, to a couple of Pro Bowls. Hey, Doug, one of the things I wanted to ask you now. Okay, so you get McClellan here. You took care of another need, perhaps, in the 2nd round. Running back. Billy, am I mistaken? Only 2 running backs have gone in the draft so far?
Yeah, you're correct. The 2 Notre Dame guys are the only ones, both 1st-rounders, not 1 2nd-round running back off of the board.
All right, so the Packers have what now? 1 pick in the 4th round?
Yep, 120, and they'll only have 1 more pick until they take 201 in the 6th round.
Okay, the running back spot.
Sure.
Doug, how much buzz up there? Because we're talking about a running back is going to be a backup performer to start with, but maybe somebody you groom for the future. I know Marshawn Lloyd is there, but Marshawn Lloyd, unfortunately, has been nothing but injured. Okay, right. So you can't count on that. Is running back maybe the next spot that Goody goes to?
It's certainly a possibility. I mean, there's still a couple of really talented guys that are out there. I don't know.
There's value there at that position still in the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, Katron Allen is still there from Penn State, and Jonah Coleman is still there from Washington. These guys are quality players. They won't be there by the time the Packers select next. Probably not, but you never know. Adam Randall from Clemson is another one of those guys who I think has a lot of talent, who could make a name for himself. Robert Henry is one of those players who I think could be there as well. Damon Claiborne from Wake Forest, another one of those running backs that I think could fit in the NFL. And the Packers need some depth there behind Josh Jacobs. We've certainly seen that. They've had a couple of guys that have left, and the depth is depleted in that position as well. And you mentioned Marshawn Lloyd. Listen, I want Marshawn Lloyd to succeed. There's only one reason that he's still here because of all the injuries, and that's because this coaching staff sees something in him. But you can't contribute if you can't stay healthy, and that's just been his bugaboo. So they definitely need somebody who's durable, that's going to be able to carry the rock when Josh Jacobs needs a blow.
I still look, Wayne, into the running back spot. Big fan of Mike Washington, and I would have anticipated the Packers do covet him as well with the RAS score, the ridiculous number that he put up at the combine.
Yep.
And 6'1", 230, like that's a hard thing to not love when you run like that. But I'm also looking a little bit later into tomorrow. Like Eli Heidenreich is one of my favorite guys into the draft. You want to talk about small school sleeper? Come on now. Salute to the
Navy
Chief.
man.
Salute to the Chief. Let's go to a Navy man and what we've called the midshipman McCaffrey, with being able to catch the ball out of the backfield. A couple of different Big Ten guys. You asked me during the break, Wayne, of the couple of guys from Indiana. I think both of those dudes are okay. But running back's a spot where it felt like if you didn't take one early, you were going to miss out. I thought Price was by head and shoulders above these next group of guys. But I definitely thought Washington would be the swing. And we've seen the Packers do it so many times of reinvest in that position here on night 2 when people didn't anticipate they needed one at all. I'm thinking A.J. Dillon in the second round a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And you can get good running backs in these middle rounds of the draft. I mean, what do they get? They got Showtime in the 5th, right?
In the 5th round. Yep.
And Williams in the 4th. Same draft, right?
In one of those same years that they doubled up at the same position.
So, I mean, and those two guys are highly productive. So I think running back is an area they're going to be able to fill with a guy that, maybe somebody you can bring along, somebody who can give you something from the beginning here.
Could you see running back being a spot where they tried to find, because now defensive tackle gets not solved with Chris McClellan, the Packers pick at 77. The one cornerback Goody mentioned coming into the draft, Wayne, they had to grab multiple guys there. They probably need to add a few different players. Now after the draft, we mentioned a little earlier, you can still sign free agents. There's still plenty out there. Now they won't count towards your compensatory pick value for 27. Would a running back spot be somewhere that you could see them trying to add more of a veteran, or maybe at the cornerback spot? I've been looking at them trying to add maybe in the tight end. You just eliminated one of the picks. I anticipated they would try to add more than trade out. So I wonder how many they can actually fill here over the next 36 hours.
I wonder if the cornerback Diggs is somebody that they've kind of got,
good point. Yeah.
Kind of stashed away. We're going to get this taken care of. Let's see what we get in the draft. But we could, they could go that way. They could go that way on a running back as well, bringing somebody in. I think, though, I honestly think that they would like to fill this running back need if they feel they have a need there with somebody in the draft that they can work with. And now the other thing about tomorrow is this, and we talked about it a little bit last night, Billy, you and I, and Doug, this is a thing that we've talked about. If you sniff around and catch anything about this, I don't think you're getting the same quality player on day 3 this year that you've gotten in the past, because kids are staying in school now longer. Kids who would have come out and maybe been a 4th round draft choice, 5th round draft choice, they're sitting there saying, wait a minute, I can probably make more in school, both NIL and that type of thing, than I can go into the NFL as a 4th or 5th, 6th round draft choice. And that's true. And the other thing that it's done is some kids who would have come out early and been higher draft picks in this draft, they're staying in school as well. So because they're making at least some money and they're developing. So maybe the kid was projected to be a 2nd round draft choice. Well, you stay another year and you have a good year, you could be in the 1st round.
100%.
And why not do that? Well, you're making some money anyway. Some of these kids may be making as much as what? $500,000, $1 million. Quarterbacks, there are quarterbacks in the college level making a couple of $3 million.
Oh yeah.
The Ty Simpson rumor, which was pretty well vetted was that he was offered $6.5 million to go to Miami.
To go to Miami.
And I mean, that's the signing bonus that you're getting if you're slotted right near where he went. Like, I mean, if you're a second round pick, your signing bonus would be less than what he could have done playing in college. So, Wayne, to that point, 1,000%, you're also finding, I think, a different level of tapped or untapped potential, and guys that have either been developed fully or, they might be closer to the player that you think that they're done.
Older.
Yeah,
as
older
Goody
guys.
said at his press conference the other day, we're getting used to picking older players now, because that's what happened with the COVID years and that type of thing. And you're getting guys some of them been there 7 years, 6 years. There was one guy who was a seventh-year senior. I thought that was an Animal House thing. I mean, really.
People used to go to college for 7 years. Yeah, they're called doctors, not defensive tackles. But the Packers now, to break that mold, they grab a 20-year-old and a 22-year-old.
Exactly.
And this McClellan pick, the more and more I'm hearing it, we're going to hear from Milt Hendrickson coming up in a little while, the reaction to the selection. A big guy that they still believe his best football is ahead of him because he's gotten better seemingly year in and year out. And that's you look at trends that different coaches and GMs have. The trends of how much better a player has gotten year in and year out, even after a transfer, shows the commitment to the game and the commitment to the craft.
Yeah, no doubt. And, the fact that they feel he has his best football ahead of him. And I like the fact that for 2 first-round picks are not 25 or 24. They're kids who can come and they can mold these players. And I think that's what they like. But again, they're probably going to be picking older players going forward.
I also nerdy thing, football nerdy thing. This is now a defensive tackle the Packers just took. We're a single-digit number. There's certain things that you have to be if you're going to wear a single-digit number as a defensive lineman. And number one is you have to be good. Like, you can't suck and line up in 7. That's just, you are going to get clowned off the field. Got a little bit of swag, Doug. I like that. I like that last night with David Bailey rocking the 31 no gloves. You want to talk about a real man on the other side or a psycho. Well, he's really comfortable wearing these gloves nowadays in the National Football League. He runs out there raw dogging it, no arm sleeves, no wristbands, no gloves. You might have a problem. I think people are going to understand that with Chris McClellan.
That's how you show you're tough in Green Bay, Wisconsin, especially when December rolls around, right? And if he wants to wear number 7 is available once again because Quay Walker is now a Las Vegas Raider. The Packers don't have that many single-digit numbers that are even available right now. So, if you're going to rock one, there's a certain amount of swagger, a certain amount of confidence that comes with that. You look at when Micah Parsons a year ago went from 11 to 1. It's like, oh, I can wear number 1.
Right.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and do that.
I'll be taking that right up off your hand.
100%.
Guys, I hate to break up this little coffee clutch, but, this is bad news. Our guy, Big Citrus, is a Viking.
This is now my man. Big Citrus goes to the Vikings. Logan Jones goes to the Bears. Those are 2 crushes going inside the division. That's a tough pill to swallow. I guess that's the price we have to pay for Cece winning it.
Yeah, those 2 players.
Yeah, those 2 is the price that we have to pay for finally us getting one right.
I'm going home and I'm going to drink heavily for purely therapeutic purposes.
Of course.
I was going to say we totally weren't planning on doing that earlier.
Therapeutic.
100%.
Totally weren't planning on doing that either way.
We don't get Big Citrus with a little vodka in it. Come on.
That is so upsetting.
Gosh, I can't believe how this draft is going.
I thought when they traded up that there was going to be defensive linemen. I thought we were rolling in that spot.
You were rolling on Big Citrus. I could tell.
Yeah, I even got up off the chair just a little bit. There was some excitement in my bones.
Doug, he was heading down to the commissary and he was going for orange juice.
I understand. I get it. I understand.
Man, I can't believe it. Vikings.
Well,
gosh, that hurts.
Well, they realized the defensive tackle they took last night might be an issue. They said, let's rectify it.
Yeah, let's double down.
Let's so one guy might be hurt all year. He ain't got a bad foot. All right, let's grab another one. Try it again. Who knows? Take a mulligan. Get a breakfast ball with Big Citrus. That's
and here's the thing, though, folks. This is still serious territory. We're only in the 3rd round of this thing now.
That's this 82 overall. We're still right in the thick of this thing. Now, will the Green Bay Packers select again here tonight? It would take a lot, I would assume, to be able to get back up. However, we will stand on guard. We will hold, as they used to say, but we will also be hearing from Milt Hendrickson coming up on the other side. Packers Director of Football Operations. He's coming up next. Doug Russell is up at Lambeau Field. Wayne Larrivee is the voice of the Green Bay Packers. I'm Bill Schmid. It is day 2, round 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft, and you got the coverage right here on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
You are listening to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. The picks are rolling in, so let's get back to the guys. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
As the legendary voice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers takes the stage for pick number 84, which had belonged to the Green Bay Packers, Gene Deckeroff announces Ted Hurst, wide receiver from Georgia State, goes 84. The Green Bay Packers went up to 77 in a trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They send their 5th-round pick, 160 overall, to move up 7 spots and draft Chris McClellan, defensive tackle from the Missouri Tigers at 6'3", nearly 6'4", over 315. A big defensive tackle. The selection for the Green Bay Packers. Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers, is right here. Doug Russell is at Lambeau Field. And guys, before we hear from Milt Hendrickson momentarily, Wayne, a number of wide receivers now starting to go off the board. We saw Zachariah Branch go, and McClellan was a part of a run of defensive tackles that has really continued to run. The one position that I keep planning on really taking a hit, corner, has had a little bit of a run in the 2nd round, but there are still a lot of talented players on that boundary.
Yeah, there still are. And the running backs, again, that's probably a day 3 pick, but there's some good running backs on the board. Maybe not bona fide starting all-pro kind of running backs, although they might develop that way. 1 or 2 of them probably will. But nonetheless, that's a position that hasn't been hit hard either. But edge, they've worn out the edge rusher.
Yeah, that's a tough spot
really
right
have.
now.
And offensive tackles, that they went 7 of them in the 1st round last night, I believe it was. And so, but now you're starting to see some of these other positions, wide receiver getting hit. 4 of the last 6 selections here in the 3rd round of the draft have been wide receivers.
And one that I know you really liked was Chris Brazil, the second from Tennessee, 1,000-yard receiver in the SEC. That alone it warrants top 100 consideration.
I agree. Brazil, I really liked a lot at Tennessee. And then Ted Hurst, whom a lot of people were mocking to the Packers in the 3rd round or thereabouts. He goes with the next pick to Tampa Bay.
Another big-bodied receiver, 6'4", playing from Georgia State, over 200 pounds there as well. All right, before we wrap up the 1st round or the 3rd round, there's about 15 picks still to go. Milt Hendrickson, Green Bay Packers director of pro personnel, joined the media just a little while ago and had a conversation after the Green Bay Packers welcome in their newest defensive tackle, Chris McClellan.
Just real quick, I just want to touch base on Chris out of Mizzou. Just really excited to get him. Obviously, he was a guy that has really, I think, checked a lot of boxes since the middle of the season through the All-Star process. Just a guy that the more you watch, the more he grew on us, and that's ultimately why we made the decision to go get him. Big man, good length. He's got a really good tag. He can do a lot of things. I think there's a lot of versatility he's going to be able to bring our defense. So at the end of the day, it was a pretty easy decision.
Milt, Brian was saying earlier that you guys had an appetite for like a true nose tackle. Do you think Chris fits that mold?
He certainly can. Yeah. The thing I like most about Chris probably is, I said before, the versatility. He can play the nose. He can play the 3, and some of our base, some of our big end stuff, he could do that as well. He's just one of those guys that I think is, even though he's 4 years in college, he's still scratching the surface a little bit. He was 2 years in Florida and then 2 years at Mizzou.
You said you liked him more and more the more you saw him and went through the process.
Yeah.
What were some of the things that kind of maybe you didn't notice first glance, but after you saw him repeated viewings?
Yeah, I mean, him playing in the SEC, there's a lot of, call it cross-pollination when you're watching tape, and especially in the second half of the year, he just seemed to be a guy that, we're watching an offense play Missouri. I know they had a bunch of guys, Mizzou's got a bunch of guys in their defense in this year's draft. He just kind of like, who's that guy? Okay, oh, yeah, it's kind of one of those things that kind of happens organically, if that makes sense, but he just kept checking boxes and he rose through the process.
There are other big defensive tackles to spot in the draft. The thing that stands out with Chris is 6 sacks last year. How much did you value the pass rush capability?
When you're splitting hairs with that, it's certainly something he's capable of. And obviously, we talk about the versatility across the roster. His ability to do that, was part of the reason, we went up and got him.
Is he ready to play a decent amount of snaps as a rookie?
I mean, it will be that room. I really like that room right now. I think we all do. If he's the best guy, I fully expect him to be ready to roll.
Milt, I know he only made the one start, I think, in his 2 years at Florida. What did they say about him there?
Everything was positive. From what I understand, most of that, the NIL world that we live in and the opportunity, it was more about the opportunity at Mizzou than it was that he wasn't doing what they wanted him to be doing at Florida.
Well, I know obviously Brian's always going to take the best guy, but you addressed a couple defensive positions. How much better do you think you are on that side of the ball?
See, Christmas, obviously both of these guys are talented enough to be drafted where they were. And anytime you can add versatile pieces with Cece in the secondary and, with Chris up front, at the end of the day, it's created a lot of competition. And that ultimately is what's going to allow the cream to rise to the top.
Can he help? Can he be an instant help with the run defense? Because that was kind of Colby's forte for you.
Yeah, I certainly think he's a big man. You'll see him. He's broad shoulders, long arms. He certainly can do that. Absolutely.
At the combine, Mizzou's been represented with players the last few years.
Yeah.
What do you like about that program or their schedule, their competition?
I think what they've done is we're all trying to find an identity. Okay, who do we want to be? I think what they've done at Mizzou is they said, these are the type of guys we want to bring in here. And they've, in the NIL world, they've been able to find those pieces. But I tell you what, the one thing about those guys, it's a tough group. They're going to play hard and you better strap up because they're especially on defense. That's the standard that they really set the last few years.
What was going on in your room that you felt you had to jump up those 7 spots?
We just really liked him. There was, he was a guy that we had on the board at a spot that it made a lot of sense to go try to get. And, we've got half a dozen of us on the phone with different, other teams. And obviously it takes a trade partner. And we felt like the value matched where, what we were willing to give up to. And, you're always playing that, you're hedging your bets, so to speak, in terms of, okay, can we wait a little bit? And, it's a pick is just a pick until it becomes a player. And so when we have a player that we really, really liked and an opportunity went, presented itself to go get him, it's ultimately what Brian decided to do.
So look at the numbers. 13 plus TFLs the last couple of years. What is it about him at his size that he can get in the backfield as consistently?
I think it's partly his length, but he's got a really good first step and he's got a disruptive way about him that when he presses an edge, he can be, he's hard to handle. So I think schematically, he's just one of those guys that whether you're a true odd front or you want to play an even front, you're a multiple front, he's a guy that can fit, in a variety of different ways.
So Corey's medical just a little too much for you guys?
I'm not going to touch the medical. At the end of the day, Chris was the guy for us.
It's obviously different having a draft without a first round pick. Brian made it pretty clear at the start of the week that he wanted to add bodies at corner.
Yeah.
He had an appetite for nose.
Sure.
How good is the feeling where you're at right now, knowing that you've been able to do both of those things tonight?
Yeah, I'll sleep a lot better tonight knowing that we've got, and it's not just about addressing the position. It's genuinely, we got 2 young men. Cece is 20 years old. It's crazy. I feel really old because he's like 3 months older than my son in college. So it's just like, I say that to say it's not about addressing the need in the sense that we got a lot better tonight, if that makes sense. And the fact that they addressed, they filled those needs, that's great.
Mark, did you have a sense that the value of this draft with where you were in this draft would line up with the needs the way that they had coming into it?
I think it has. And we're still, we still have day 3 tomorrow, but there's in some spots where we would potentially like to fill, our roster. The board so far so good, knock on wood, is holding up that way too.
You've done this a long time. How often are you able to
marry that need part with the players that you like? Like you could have gotten another corner and another defensive tackle at some point,
Sure.
but maybe you're not as enamored with them.
No, and I think it happens a little bit organically when you realize, okay, these are some spots we've got to fill. And then as you're working horizontally and stacking the board, you're going to value potentially a corner over maybe a running back, so to speak. But then, every year of the draft, it's its own living organism. And some years it's, you can wait till later in the draft to pick at a specific position. But at the end of the day, we'll see in 3 years how it all shakes out. But we're really excited after today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
There it is from Green Bay as the Packers welcome in their newest member of the Green Bay Packers, Chris McClellan, defensive tackle from Missouri. Milt Hendrickson, Packers director of football operations. You just heard him speaking to the media about the player. And Wayne, when he talks about it a couple of different times, they asked him a couple of questions of, well, why not this guy? Why not that guy? Why'd you go up and get him? Why? Because we really liked the player.
They really liked the player.
And it seems like he really grew on them in the process.
It's funny because I've got a quote from a scout here also that I wrote down. The scout said, I wasn't in love with this kid, but he kind of came on this year. And the more I saw him, the more I liked him. And Milt said the same thing, Milt Hendrickson. They looked at the kid and then, okay, yeah, and boy, but the more that he showed up again and we're seeing him here, he's doing this. And the more they watched him, and apparently this kid, the light went on in the second half of the season, apparently. Mm-hmm. And this kid really jumped up. And then obviously, they fell in love with him and traded 7 spots up to go get him. That says a lot. So I think this is a guy they feel very good about. The thing that strikes me about him, Billy, is what people are saying about him, and Milt especially, the versatility of this kid. And you talked about it when the pick was announced right away. He can play at the zero technique, which is straight nose tackle. He can play off the shoulder of the guard 3 technique. Milt was saying he could play in a jumbo defensive line. He could play on the end if you needed him to.
That's awesome.
That kind of thing. So you're talking about a guy who has athletic versatility on that defensive front. And when you look at what Jonathan Gannon's going to be running, he'll be in an odd front sometimes, 3-4. He'll be an even front, 4-3. They may have some other different fronts that they've got in store. But this kid can fit probably everything they can throw out there. So this is what they value.
And to be able to still be getting better, right? Like I think that's one of the imperative parts of the scouting process is seeing guys, like he said, develop, understand what they need to be able to work on, and then put forth the necessary effort to be able to improve in that aspect. That's how you think and are able to start translating the fact that he's going to be able to do that at the pro level too.
Billy, I think you're talking about ceilings here. And a guy will go a little higher in a draft if his ceiling is kind of higher, than some of the other prospects they're considering that may be on the same level with this prospect. But this kid here, they're looking at his ceiling's higher. This other kid, he may be close to his ceiling. This kid has a lot of room to grow. That will put more value on that kid who has more future. Because remember about this draft, and I understand we are in a I want it now type of situation. That's what we want in our society. We want it now or forget it. But the draft is about balancing today with down the road in the future. This is a lot about these kids coming out of, we all think of the top picks. They're going to make major impact. There are about 6 or 8 kids who are ready to make major impact right now in this whole freaking draft, boys and girls. The rest of these guys have a developmental aspect to who they are today. They've got things to learn, places to go. This is a huge jump. And I understand the average fan, and I'm with you, okay, folks? I'm watching the Badgers on Saturday afternoon on TV, and I'm watching the pros play on Sunday, and television homogenizes this. It just looks like the same on TV.
Always,
until you get there in person and see these games. The college game's a great game. The pro game is a whole different level of speed, intensity, and sheer force, and these kids have a long way. They're making a big jump, boys and girls, and we're expecting a lot out of them right away. And the draft balances the present need with future. But a lot of it's about the future, not about today.
Always is, and so much of it is forecasting. I'm seeing a lot of Bears fans right now losing their minds because they drafted 3 offensive players on day number 2, where they're like, hold on, what do you mean? We just lost all these guys off on defense. We need all of these new players. It's about balancing what you need for the next 18 games and the next 3 to 5 years. And that is always what you have to be looking at.
And understanding at a position, well, we've got 2 receivers that are up after this year. Well, we better get another receiver in here that we can group. That type of thing. You always have, it's a chess game in that regard in building your roster. And do you want guys, especially early draft picks, to hit right away and help you right away? Sure. But it may not happen that way. And it may not happen early in that first year. Maybe that kid doesn't catch fire till the last 4 or 5 games of the season, that type of thing. But it's just very interesting. But in our society, all of us, we want the guy that's going to hit it right away and knock it out of the park. And quite frankly, that's not really what the draft is designed to be.
No, it's all about being able to forecast and long-ranging plans, and excited to see how this one comes to fruition. Chris McClellan, the 3rd-round pick for the Green Bay Packers. They do ship off their 5th-round pick, 160 overall, to move up 7 spots to 77 to acquire number 7. So us in the gambling world, 3 sevens ends up being a good thing on that slot machine.
That's a good thing.
So I don't know that this is full jackpot, Doug. But I mean, you like Vegas as much as I do. You pull that son of a gun and 3 sevens pop up. Generally, that works.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing.
I'm not superstitious, just a little bit stitious. That might be a good one. We'll hear
the right amount of stitious.
We'll hear from number 7, Chris McClellan, coming up. Also, Brian Gutekunst flying through. Just a few more picks here in round number 3. Brian Gutekunst will, we believe, meet the media after the end of day 2 here tonight. So that could be right at the end of day 2. We'll be able to bring it to you right here on Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin's coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
Welcome back as we continue on. The 2026 NFL Draft wraps up night number 2. Final few picks going on in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as the former players and current players doing a heck of a job. Can we actually get in here one of the picks? We've missed a decent amount of the third round picks, most importantly, because we've been talking about the newest Green Bay Packers. But how about the LA Rams here at pick number 93?
NFL Draft. The LA Rams select Keegan Trosh, tackle from Missouri.
Keegan Tross, another Missouri Tiger, ends up going. And we mentioned it, Wayne, that there was so many offensive linemen, so many offensive tackles went last night that I don't know that there were any more offensive tackles to ultimately go. A couple of centers have gone here, but now another guy from that Missouri Tigers team ends up going to the Rams. We can get everybody caught up on a number of different picks. A couple of quarterbacks, though, Carson Beck, as well as Drew Aller going here in the third round. And Drew Aller goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, another young quarterback for Mike McCarthy to work with. I love that spot for Drew Aller.
Oh, absolutely. And Drew Aller, he's got the stature you're looking for. He looks like an NFL quarterback. McCarthy, if this kid can be molded into an NFL quarterback, Mike McCarthy's a good guy to do that with. So we'll see how that goes. And you don't know, but maybe Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback starting for this year. That would be great for Drew Aller as well.
100%. And they also have, they have Will Howard sitting in that room, draft choice from a year ago. And even both of them in that situation, 4 Big Ten quarterbacks, guys that at different points in time, there was thought going into this past football season, Drew Aller would be a first-round pick. And then injuries, poor performance, everything goes wrong for Penn State.
Yep.
I mean, absolutely everything goes wrong. And now he's a third-round pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, maybe the best thing that could happen to him. A couple other guys of note here in the third round. Wayne, I really liked Oscar Delp, tight end from Georgia. He ultimately goes to the New Orleans Saints. Tight end, a sneaky spot for the Packers to potentially add. We've been talking about running back on offense. Tight end is another spot where obviously Tucker Kraft, the pillar and the guy that we're talking about being extended, still waiting for those returns on Luke Musgrave. And when Tucker went out last year, their offense really changed.
Yeah, it did. And so much of it was going through Tucker Kraft, and rightfully so. And they did not, during most of that period of time, have Christian Watson on the field. What the Packers did, I think they did a marvelous job scheming. As that offense evolved. So, okay, you don't have Christian Watson, but now Tucker Kraft is becoming the best tight end of the league. Then he goes down. Watson in tandem comes back in, and now you skew this thing differently to feature Watson as your lead receiver. Meanwhile, you lost Jaden Reed for a significant portion of the season due to injury. And so, you were constantly evolving on that side of the football. And I thought the quarterback played really well throughout it all. The offensive line struggled. They had the injuries, personnel shifts due to those injuries. And, I thought the quarterback did just a great job. He's become a master manipulator of the pocket, something I think he learned how to do from Aaron Rodgers. I really do, because that's not natural. Kids don't come from college and know how to do that. But I thought he did a great job of keeping plays alive and that type of thing. But if you look at what happened to the offense last year, and it still ended up middle of the pack, a little better than that in terms of the numbers, but they had so much change going on. And Billy, it was constant. It was just constant change on that offense.
One of the only constants was Jordan's ability, like you just mentioned, to make a little bit better out of an offensive line that did struggle. It is a question to answer, and I don't know that we're going to get many answers to it outside of training camp. And once they start putting the pads on and actually playing real games, right? And we've talked about this a lot during our training camp broadcast. We can't know a whole lot in August. We won't know a whole lot in September. sadly, you're going to know a whole lot more about this offensive line when the live bullets have been going for a few weeks, because we'll see what this new unit is if they can stay healthy. But there's so much youth on that offensive line, whether it's Anthony Belton, Jordan Morgan, question marks there. And the other one is Zach Tom being healthy. I thought Jordan was an additive to that offensive line that put him in a lot of tough spots. You talk about it manipulating the pocket.
Yeah.
His pocket presence, his poise is as good as that.
I thought so too. And again, he is one of the best in the business, when it's a clean pocket. And I just think they need a little more clean pockets. And the other guy who got beat up, and you and I talked about it last night. I know we have a different audience tonight probably, but the offensive line, if you look at Josh Jacobs, how many yards did he get before contact? Not even a yard.
I was going to say, I think it was
average a yard.
0.6 maybe. Yeah,
0.6. He got beat up because he was taking hits early on. Instead of, a running back needs a yard or two to deliver the blow. Running backs that are getting hit, half a yard behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage, they're getting hit and they're absorbing the blow.
Mm-hmm.
Once they get through the line, they deliver the blow.
And now the Packers, we still think will add in that running back room. Will have to end up being a day 3 thing. The Packers still sitting there with pick number 120, the 20th pick of the 4th round coming up tomorrow. Dolphins just made a selection of Chris Bell, wide receiver from Louisville. A ton of wide receivers going here in the 3rd round, and they've come in bunches as well. Xavier Thomas, 5'10", 190-pound wide receiver. Now, this was a positional grade, and everybody's board's different, Wayne. Mm-hmm. And we've talked about it all throughout the last 2 days of everybody's board's going to look different in this draft. Well, the Xavier Thomas cat, he was ranked by ESPN the 32nd ranked wide receiver and the 220th ranked overall player. He went to the Chicago Bears at the 89th overall selection. Our friend Dane Brugler at The Athletic, as you scroll through the nearly 380 wide receivers that he went through, you still scroll and scroll and scroll, and you're still trying to find where the young man was. A very interesting decision, and one for a team that, has a lot of playmakers already. Feels like they have a decent amount of wide receivers. The Bears have continued to try to add on that offense.
Xavier Thomas, the reason he was picked where he's picked, he ran a 4.2840.
Speed for days. Yep.
Oh my gosh. It's at this point in the draft, he's a 3rd round pick.
Dane Brugler had a 7th round grade on him, but when you run that fast, they'll give you a chance. Wanted to have your starter at LSU, likely a return man, some gadget plays as well. See how Ben Johnson utilizes that chess piece.
You mentioned Chris Bell really quick. I know we're going to spot 6'2", 222. Looked like a Green Bay receiver in their offense.
And there have been a lot of those guys. Ted Hurst, you mentioned him earlier on, 6'4", 200. Brazil's 6'4". There have been a lot of big-bodied receivers going here in this 3rd round. All right, 3rd round we'll wrap up, and we'll wrap up day number 2. We'll hear from Brian Gutekunst, hear from Chris McClellan as we finish up here into hour number 5. Stay with us as the 2026 NFL Draft rolls on. You're listening to it, Fox Sports Radio, Wisconsin.
Day 2 of the NFL's biggest offseason event is underway. Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft.
Our football team is going to be a hard team to make. At the same time, the quality of the individuals, the talent level, and not only that, but the people that we're bringing in from this particular draft class, I feel very good about.
Draft coverage on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin is presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Potawatomi Sportsbook is the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere, with dozens of sports betting kiosks, drinks, food, a monster video wall, and more. It's your place to become a legend.
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy!
The picks are in, and we're breaking down every pick as it happens, and diving into each player your Green Bay Packers select.
The Green Bay Packers select Clay Matthews,
AJ Hawk,
Aaron Rodgers,
Brett Favre. Brett Favre, Brett Favre, Brett Favre.
So let's get back to it with the guys.
And there is your dagger.
Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
You're not getting to the point in the draft quite yet where in the scene in Major League, everyone's looking at the roster and saying, half these guys never had a prime. This guy here is dead. We got day 3 for that problem to happen. It's still round 3 and still top 100 picks, a pair coming for the Minnesota Vikings. I'm Bill Schmid, Wayne Larrivee, Doug Russell here as well. Wayne, we're not at that point where you're just saying they just picked some guy out of the crowd here. However, you got grades all over the place. Now we get the Minnesota Vikings for a couple more picks and only 4 left in round number 3. It has gone really, really quickly here as of late here in the third round.
These teams have been sharp. They've been making their picks, and if they trade somebody, they've got it into the works. And by the time that team acquires the pick, they've got the pick in. So, yeah, I think it's really run well.
No doubt. And one guy that I know a lot of Packers fans had heard of, this gets to the point where it's like, I heard about that guy. I saw that story about that one guy. He goes to Culver's. That was Jennings Dunker, the offensive lineman from Iowa. He was just selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers at 96 overall. Really, really impressive mullet. Big offensive tackle, probably more of a guard into the NFL, but more offensive line help for the Steelers. They went offensive line last night. They go offensive line again here after they go quarterback with Drew Aller here in the third round. And now also another offensive tackle taken for the Minnesota Vikings, who their Minnesota moving company, their offensive line took a little bit of a hit this year as well. When Christian Darrisaw is out, that was a totally different team.
Oh, I agree,
Wayne. And he's one of the best guys in the business. And also for the Vikings, we haven't really talked about it, a much different scene they might want. Do they have to get shorter offensive linemen now because their quarterback is 5'8" in Kyler Murray, or can they still be rolling with the 6'5" guys up front to be able to see through the Giants?
I think Kyler can still maneuver and find openings to throw the ball.
Might still be able to get through it.
You know, we were talking off the air, I believe. You know, the Packers offensive line struggled last year with all the
big time.
The injuries in the chain. No, we were on the air actually. Yeah, trying to figure out what. I think we're just constantly on the air at one point.
I was going to say we've said so much stuff. All just blends together anyway.
Yeah, it all runs together. But, you know, the Vikings offensive line struggled as well.
Yes, 100%.
So, you know, they're investing in it now.
They definitely need to. It wasn't only J.J. McCarthy's problems. They had a lot of problems up and down that roster, no doubt about it. Jacoby Thomas goes now safety from Miami, really good instinctual player, second team all ACC, and the highlight tape for old number 8 from the Hurricanes is a pretty impressive one. So it goes Caleb Tiernan, the offensive tackle from Northwestern, then Jacoby Thomas, back-to-back picks for the Vikings. Now the Seahawks will be on the board here with pick number 99, and then the Jags will finish us up in the third round.
Thomas is really good. He's a box safety, kind of the guy they needed. You know, they've got with Harrison Smith moving on, they have needed safety. And, you know, this Tiernan, you know, once in a while, Northwestern produces really good offensive linemen.
You know? A little bit, yeah. You look at Skoronski a couple of years ago, once in a while. And, again, it's just guys that play in the Big Ten, Wayne. Maybe it feels like a homerism, but especially how good that conference continues to be. And now the separation of the two, right? I think we've seen, especially in the draft here over the last couple of days, it's viewed differently in the NFL. If you're playing in the Big Ten, SEC, ACC still getting a little bit of love, but in the NIL era, there's just a separation of the kind and caliber of football you're playing.
No doubt about it. And the others, and this is sad, and I mean this sincerely because I'm a big Wisconsin fan. No Badgers yet.
No, and there won't be. There will be one most likely tomorrow. Mason Reiger, what are you thinking, Doug? It sounds like a little bit early, round 5, maybe.
Yeah, maybe
he could find himself. Pass rushers, and we've been talking about it with a bunch of different positions. It's going to be flavor of the day. Which one do you like? But if you can rush the passer, edge rusher was a littered group with players. That has been picked over and pillaged through. So they might even roll up a little bit further than that. But Mason Reiger really showed out at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he had a really good showing. And, it is kind of to Wayne's point, in years past, you've seen multiple Wisconsin Badgers go off the board. And, I don't want this to be a diatribe about the state of the Wisconsin football program. But, yeah, I mean, if you're going to play in that league with that, caliber of competition now in an NIL era, I know they had a tough schedule last year, but that's your league. And, I know the schedule eases up a little bit, but you'd like to see some more Wisconsin representation. You look at some of the players that have come out of Wisconsin in years past. I mean, TJ Watt's still going, obviously. JJ Watt is a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame. Joe Thomas, a first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the great offensive tackles of all time. And other than that, I mean, it's kind of slim pickings right now. So, yeah, it's nice to see the Big Ten guys go off the board, but the Packers so far have gone SEC, which is kind of interesting to me as well.
Right, and that kind of athleticism has a lot of times been tough to pass up on, and one that a lot of people are a big fan of. And one final Big Ten guy goes here to wrap up round number 3, Jalen Husky, corner from Maryland, right after Julian Neal. Julian Neal, bigger corner, one that I thought would definitely be in the mix for a Packer mold, 6'2", 200 pounds, slides just a little bit or gets taken just a little bit ahead of where they could grab him in the 4th. But if they would have been one of those double up candidates, Wayne, I thought at the position.
Yeah, if he was still available when Goody picked next, they might have gone this way because he does have those dimensions you talked about, 6'2", 203, physical corner, plays the ball well. Doesn't always take the right angle on the block on the tackle, but plays the ball well. This is a guy that you could definitely project into Green Bay. But Seattle gets Julian Neal, and they needed to. With Rick Woolen leaving.
Yes,
Rick Woolen leaving Seattle. They needed a cornerback, and they got one. They had got a safety earlier, I believe, tonight.
I'm excited to see where these corners start going off the board tomorrow as well. Keontae Scott, maybe more of a nickelback. Malik Muhammad, I thought, was probably a 3rd-round pick. He'll be available on day 3, and there will be a lot of different players that are going to be available, especially in that room. We'll be able to hear who the Packers take with their 3 picks coming up tomorrow and hear from Brian Gutekunst coming up. But before we do that, let's hear from the Packers' newest player, defensive tackle Chris McClellan, met with the media just moments ago.
Go ahead, Bill Huber.
Hey, Chris, congratulations.
Thank you, man, so much. It means a lot.
Yeah, so can you kind of take us through that moment there? You've been waiting all day long, and then you get that phone call.
It was an extraordinary moment and something I will never forget for the rest of my life. But, I was just sitting there with my friends and family, man, and we were just out there waiting to get the call. Sorry about that.
No problem. Go ahead, Wes Hockwitz.
Hey, Chris, we just got done talking with one of the Packers personnel guys, and they mentioned how impressed they were with you throughout, the college all-star games and everything. Did you have a sense of how interested the Packers were in you, and just how did you feel like that whole process went?
It was a good process. We had some communication at the Senior Bowl, at the Combine, and then did a couple Zooms as well. So I definitely knew they had interest, but for them to trade up to come and get me is a great feeling.
Ryan Wood.
Chris, congratulations. What went through your mind when you saw, okay, there's a trade, then you get the call, and you're not exactly expecting it to be the Packers until the call? What goes through your mind when all that chaos is kind of going around?
just trusting God, man. Like for me, I knew my situation going into today was a little bit unique, with the pick rate and everything. So I just controlled what I could and went into it with a clear head and an open heart, and just was looking forward to whatever team was calling me.
Jake Westendorf.
Hey, Chris, congratulations. You've played some one tech, you've played some three tech. Where do you think your best spot is on the defensive line where you can help as soon in your rookie season?
Man, I thank you, but I can play anywhere across the line, and that's what I'm willing to do. Wherever they need me to go, I'll go and play and contribute and just help the team in whatever way I can. I don't care if I have to be a zero nose or a five technique. Wherever I can go to play and help the team is where I want to be.
Mike Spofford.
Hey, Chris, congratulations. What do you think about your game? Just allowed that sack total to jump up to 6 your final year at Missouri. Where do you think you improved the most there?
Honestly, man, just working with my coaches and kind of finding my pass rush identity, knowing how I am as a rusher and what I need to work on, like what are my deficiencies from the previous season, and kind of taking those out of my game.
Bill Huber.
Hey, Chris, at the scouting combine, you mentioned that you started your career at Florida as a defensive end. So how did you get the defensive tackle, and what was that process like to gain all that weight and muscle to succeed at that?
So in high school, I was recruited for a defensive tackle a bunch. So, for defensive end a bunch. I was a defensive end throughout my whole high school career. So it was kind of less of a request and more like, as soon as I got in, I was, was already a little bigger, probably about 295 to 300 pounds. So just from that day one spring install, that's when I started learning how to play the position of defensive tackle. But, it was definitely a little learning curve first, but then, the more I learned and the veterans that were around me to help me out kind of taught me more and more each year.
Matt Schneidman.
Chris, I'm curious if there's any guys in the league now you kind of model your game after or watch, and what do you think of joining a D-line with Micah Parsons on it?
Man, that was the first thing I thought about. As soon as they hung up the call and we seen it on the screen, was, man, I get to play one of the best in the game with in Micah Parsons, man. So that's super exciting. I've been blessed to play with great defensive players around me, especially defensive ends these last couple of years with players like Zion Young and Johnny Walker from the last 2 drafts. So I'm fired up for that.
Wes Hodkwitz.
Chris, I read that you actually pulled together like some of the defensive tackles. I don't know if that was every week or how you guys did that, but just to have like extra film sessions. How did that start? And just what is that something as far as you as a player that you've always kind of had as a part of your game in terms of that research?
So that really was something that we harped on this year, and it was more of a sense of like, I can't do it by myself. So I know I'm out here watching tape. So a big thing for me, taking on a leadership role on my team this year, my message to the guys was take guys with you. So if I was going to watch extra tape, I'm making sure my guys are watching extra tape with me. If we're going to get extra work after practice, I'm making sure everybody's going to get extra work after practice. So it was more of just my mentality, it was like, okay, I have to rely on these guys, and they have my back, I have their back. So it was kind of showing them.
There he is, Chris McClellan, Packers' new defensive tackle, as they trade up with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to go up and draft number 7, Chris McClellan, at the 77th pick of this year's draft. And they do trade off their 5th rounder at 160, Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers. I did anticipate, Wayne, that they would be trying to add more picks, but it was clear and obvious that they loved this guy. They loved the development, and they were not going to mess around and not get their guy. In a year where varying trades and varying grades on so many different players, find the guy you like, go get him.
Go get him. Yeah. And we talked about it. The fact is, a lot of these prospects are essentially the same in terms of the grades at this stage of the draft. And if you like a player, go get him, because, why sit back and wait and let somebody else take that player?
And to see the volume of positions that felt like they were, some people felt like they were reaches. There was a huge run now. Tight ends, 9 tight ends drafted in the first 3 rounds. Both Ohio State tight ends go. I thought both of those were day 3 players So different how the board ends up shaking out. A bunch of different cornerbacks still on the board as well. And Brian Gutekunst's going to have 3 picks of ammunition at this point. Pardon me, 4 picks of ammunition coming up tomorrow, as they have 1 4th, a 6th, and 2 7th round picks. Brian Gutekunst meeting with the media now up in Green Bay.
For the Packers, excited to add the players that we did, and I'm sure you guys get some questions. So shoot.
Brian, it's obviously tough having a draft out of the first round pick. Did you growing up made too many better?
Yeah, the board held up good. There's always guys that, like we talked about yesterday, that go that you're kind of, disappointed that they win, like in every draft. But yeah, no, I mean, we really had a few players with that first pick at 52 that we liked. And it was kind of a tough decision there. And then a couple of them hung around, and we went and tried to get one, and we did. So was excited to kind of come out of that. And there's still a lot of good players left on the board. And, we took some cracks and maybe getting back into the bottom of the 3rd round. Didn't happen, but, we're excited for tomorrow as well.
You were thinking Chris at 52 as well?
Yeah, we thought he's that kind of player, So, again, we had a number of players at that pick that we liked. It was a little bit more than I would have expected. So, like I said, the board held up good, and so we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
What did you like about McClellan over some of the other D tackles? Like, you don't have to like bag any other guys, but Orange was out there and
Sure.
Florida State guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, he played in the SEC. He's a huge man, has excellent length. And I think that for me, the combination of being able to play the nose, the 3, and actually rush the passer. There's a lot of these guys that don't do that. He can, and then that was, I think, what set him apart a little bit for us.
With Brandon.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He's one of the few guys that can play off man, can play press. His suddenness through transition is something that stood out to us. He's very young. We think his best football is ahead of him. We think he's got so much more left in the tank, not only as a player but physically as well. We think he'll get bigger and stronger. So he was one of those players that didn't see being available when we were picking at 52. We were sure happy that he did. Really liked the fact that he took the step and went to South Carolina last year and kind of better competition and really showed well this past year.
Was there any hesitation, Ryan, in taking a corner that's only 20 years old, or is that almost more attractive because you see the,
Yeah. No, not really. I mean, obviously we investigate those things and we work through, but I think we do think, again, we've always tried to take guys that we think that have more left, in development. And he played at a high level this year. We think he's going to be able to help us next year, and we think his upside is really good. So no, I mean, I think, there's not a lot of 20-year-olds in the draft. We took one time named Kenny Clark. That worked out pretty well. So, hopefully this works out that well, but no, it was no hesitation.
Brian, if you were considering trying to get back in the 3rd, would it cost you some more picks tomorrow? Mm-hmm. As it stands, you only have 5 tomorrow, which 7 total will be your fewest. Do you feel like you're in a position with this team where it's just about the quality of guy rather than just swings at the plate like you've done before?
Yeah. I always like as many swings at the plate as we can get. But I do like our team. I like our depth. I like our roster. So, I do think that we got a tough team to make. But I think the more swings at the plate, the better. I really do. But I do feel if the quality of the player that's up on that board is worth it, then it's willing to kind of to do some of that.
These are 2 positions where you can really use the help in 2026. Do you think it's realistic to think that these 2 guys can get on the field and help you this year?
I do. I mean, obviously we got to get them here, and we got to get around our culture, around our team, our environment. But obviously we wouldn't have taken them aside if we didn't think they could help us right away. But like all these players, every one of them that got picked today and yesterday, and the guys that'll be picked tomorrow, their NFL journey is just starting, and it's a whole different world, and it's going to take them a little bit of time to adapt. But I think both these guys have shown they both are transfer guys, and they both adapted to their new situations fairly quickly. So I feel pretty confident that they could help us, sooner rather than later.
Has that become a piece of the evaluation? You know, we talked about NIL and transfer. Has that become a new piece of the evaluation? Is how guys transition from one school to another?
100%. I think, I think so many of these guys have done that now. And, I think the reason why they transferred is important to us. And then how they adjusted to that new surrounding and how quickly they could do it. And, again, we're talking to people at every school that they've been at trying to find out about these guys. But I do think the reasons why they transferred and then, how that transition went is important for us to know.
What's a good reason or what's a bad reason for a transfer in your mind?
Well, some transfers is because they're not allowed back. So, I just think, some of these guys are, if they're looking for improvement, if they're looking for better competition, I think those are the things that make some sense to us, that because it's that important to them to be the best that they can be, even though, kind of going to another school in a different conference that might be tougher on them might not work out for them, but they had the guts to do it, so I think that's a good reason for some of these guys to do that. Sometimes it's strictly financial now, and not that that's a bad reason, but it's different. But I think, we're investigating all that to kind of see why.
Why was it important to extend Jaden Reed, and how much of a priority is getting Watson locked up too?
Yeah. First question, because he helps us win, man. He's one of those guys. He's a winning football player. Obviously he missed some time last year, but when he's on the field, we're a better football team, and there's no doubt about it. We're really excited to get that done. I don't know if we've done many of those contracts during the draft, but I'm glad we did. And absolutely with Christian and another amongst a bunch of other guys that we're going to hope over the next few months to try to maybe do some of that with. So, excited for him and his family, but more excited about our team and what he can bring to it moving forward.
Brian, there are times when you have a pre-draft press conference where I'm not sure how much of the full truth is always being shared. But you told us.
You guys lied to me?
No, just, the exchange.
Gotcha.
But you told us point blank you wanted to add bodies at corner.
Mhm.
You had an appetite for a nose tackle, and that's what you did. Did you kind of enter today with a feeling like you were in a good position to do that, or is it just how the values and the needs lined up, or what do you see there? What was your sense?
Yeah, I thought the board was pretty strong at defensive tackle. Corner, maybe not as much. But so you never know how that's going to shake out. It's really kind of when those runs happen. We weren't high enough in the second round to kind of like say, okay, we're going to be involved in that no matter what. So if we were going to try to, guarantee something, we were going to have to jump up. And we looked at some of the stuff, didn't make sense, when it came down to it, like I said, we had multiple choices, and Brandon was it was for sure the right move there.
What do you think of McCoy's fall, and what do you see there?
Who's that? Or Jamad? Yeah, I think he's working through some things. I'm not exactly sure why, but there's obviously a lot of things that are in play there.
You guys have a real medical concern there?
I'm not going to talk about these guys' medical stuff. Pete, you know that.
Brian, was your intel just kind of telling you that McClellan might not get to 84? Is that why you had to jump?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say there was anything specific intel-wise. I just felt like, from as soon as we made the pick at 52, I was interested in seeing where we could get to, what might make sense to give us a chance to get him. And there was a few other guys on the board as well, and it worked out that way. It wasn't anything. There wasn't like I didn't have a specific. He's going to get taken. I just felt that it was important for us to try to acquire him. And as the third round kind of kept going, he was kind of that one guy sticking up there.
What do you want to get out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think again, wouldn't mind moving around a little bit. I think, like I said, I think the board's strong. I think there's good players up there, and just really kind of, it's always hard just to stick to the very best player available, but particularly on the third day, I think if you can do that, you're better off. And so, I don't feel like a pressing need. I didn't feel that coming into this draft, and I don't feel that now that we have to go, just fill a spot. So hopefully I can have the discipline to kind of just stay there and take the best player and do that.
Five defensive tackles were picked
tonight before you moved up to 77, but that didn't play much of a role in your decision to move up to 77?
Like I said, I think as the third round wore on, he was kind of sticking out there like a sore thumb. You know what I mean? Like he was like, all right, that's the highest guy, and let's go get him. You know, I think that was it. So to some degree, yes. Yeah.
Milt said something to the effect of that he'll sleep pretty well tonight with these two guys that you got today.
Mhm.
Just how do you feel? How will you sleep tonight?
Yeah, I sleep well all the time. So, no, yeah, I'm really excited about these two guys. I think they can help our football team. I think they have really bright futures ahead of them. They were really good players in college, good teammates. I think they're going to fit here very, very well. And, I think they're going to, again, I think I have a lot of faith in our coaches and our process here with everybody in this building. And I think these two guys are wired right for that. And so, yeah, it's, like I said, we got more work to do tomorrow. I'm excited about it. But this was a good first day for us since we didn't have yesterday.
How challenging was it in hindsight to wait and watch 51 picks go off the board? Because of how the board held up, was it maybe not as challenging as you expected?
Yeah, like Ryan, like I said, it's always hard watching these guys come off, and I think I think time and experience gives me an understanding that these guys are going to come off. I think when I was younger, you'd focus in on a couple of guys, thinking, oh, maybe there's a chance, and I think time and experience is kind of exhausted. Yeah, I don't look at it that way anymore. It's more I'm into numbers and trying to see where the board is strong and where we need to be and what's going to help the Packers the most. But it's always hard watching really good players get taken, particularly by teams you don't want them to go to.
How much were you thinking about Gannon's defense and how these guys would fit when you took them? Are they scheme specific?
Yeah, Tom, I don't ever really think too much about that, whether it's Jeff Hafley or Jonathan Gannon. I'm trying to find the best well-rounded football players that can do everything that they're going to be asked to do, because I think when you start getting too scheme specific, as soon as you have injuries, you could be in bad shape, right? Because it's all of a sudden now he's got to do something different because he's a backup player and the guy that got hurt isn't what he does well. So, but I do think, with what Jonathan's going to do, I thought, certainly adding big people was going to be important for us because I think we're going to need a little bit more of them. But in general, I've never tried to allow the scheme thing too much into it because, you're in game 6 and you got a bunch of guys playing out of position because you have to, because injuries. And if they're not well-rounded enough, you could be in pretty bad shape.
Back to Matt's question about Jaden. You just paid him. You've got a bunch of big contracts. You got Tucker coming up. Can you afford to do Watson as well? Is there enough money?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, obviously this is something, it's a little bit of long-term planning. Russ and I spend a lot of time on this and again, we let a lot of really good players, walk out of here this past off season, but with the thought process of there's some guys that we want to lock up. So that'll be the intention. We'll see kind of where it goes, but yeah, I don't foresee anything being a problem.
I'm guessing you don't go into the draft saying, I want to have 8 picks. I want to have 12 picks. I know you want as many swings.
Yeah.
But like you've had a year where you had 13, you got a ton of picks next year. So do you want to add at least a couple of picks tomorrow? Or if you end up with a 7-player class, you're fine with it?
Yeah, I'll be fine with it, Jason. But at the same time, depending on how tomorrow falls, if the board's going to be stronger, maybe moving down a little bit and adding some picks, whether that's this year, whether that's next year, I'm kind of all for that. I think we're sitting in a pretty good spot right now, not only this year, but next year. I'm not going to, I don't think I'll, unless the board looks a certain way, I don't think I'll pass up picking a player that I want to pick just to add picks. I don't think it's that kind of draft for us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks, Brian.
That is Brian Gutekunst, general manager of the Green Bay Packers, wrapping up day 2. We'll wrap up day 2. Coming up on the other side, you've got the 2026 NFL Draft Show on Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Along with the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, here is Packers OT host Bill Schmid.
All right, one final time for day number 2. We welcome you back to our coverage of the 2026 selection meeting in the NFL. They now call it this super fancy draft. It's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's been a phenomenal few days, and we have one more day to enjoy it tomorrow. Packers will have 4 picks, Wayne Larrivee, and they go defense here tonight. I still got a couple of defenders that I'm excited to see where they can go coming into day number 3. Wrapping up a little bit of what Brian Gutekunst said, though, he'd be fine if they took 7 players, and not subtracting any of the picks that we have in next year's draft to add anybody from this year's clear and obvious statement as to where they think the talent level is in this year's class.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, Billy, you said to me, and I agree with you, I don't know who in their right mind would trade a day 3 pick, trade a pick for next year's draft for an extra day 3 pick in this draft. I don't know of anybody who would do that. Maybe the Packers will tomorrow. I don't know. I don't think so. I just don't think you have the same value this year in day 3 that you might have next year. Next year is just everybody's gearing up for that being a heck of a draft.
1,000%. And where you're at right now, you have a certain amount of holes still available, still that you have to fill, but there's a lot of opportunity with some veterans that you could. And I also think the propensity of the Packers in looking at some of the older players they've brought in free agency, I think it opens up some of that possibility as well. Darrell Jackson Jr. is one guy that I think would be a phenomenal name as well. Another defensive lineman, if they doubled up on that with Chris McClellan, nephew of Dexter Jackson, former Super Bowl MVP. There's a number of still running backs on the board and both Penn State guys that we both mentioned.
You know, and Billy, I think what the Packers will do, they took defense tonight. I think they're going to start out on offense. They're going to get a couple of offensive linemen tomorrow. They will pick a running back, in my opinion. I think they will, but they also may get another cornerback at some point in this draft.
I would expect them to. Yep. Could be the Mohammed kid from Texas. Could be earlier. Our guy Mike Washington, who we thought they might take at 52.
Yeah.
Still on the board. 3 running backs taken in the first 3 rounds, the fewest in, I think, almost 40 years.
So there's quality at that position. You know, in terms of, at least as this draft goes, there's some quality there at that running back position. But, you know, I just think they're going to hit that offensive line a little bit. They're going to get a running back. And then from there, you know, the board will dictate what they do.
You'll see where the chips will fall where they may. Now, Doug Russell, pack and cheese, maybe. What was the spread up there in the media room, the new media center up in Green Bay as we wrap up day number 2?
Yeah, once I found it, it was up on the suite level on the 5th floor, so we had to walk a little ways for it. The pack and cheese apparently was last night. They did Italian tonight, so there was
really
penny pasta with marinara sauce and also an Alfredo, which was solid.
I was gonna say that's a tough one to beat. That'll play.
Yeah. What's tomorrow's menu? Have you looked ahead?
I think it's tacos tomorrow because it's a little bit earlier in the day. So.
Media guys and tacos sounds like a dangerous thing.
Taco Saturday, Taco Tuesday, Taco Saturday.
Yeah,
you know, when they would do that in the past in the old setup up there, Doug, remember they do the tacos and you would smell the tacos 3 months after. You would walk in there and it would still smell like
wafted like
just
seasoning.
Some bad taco stuff.
Yes, sir.
Oh, nothing
Dougie,
like
we
it.
have nothing down here. Billy is threatening to bring ribs tomorrow. We have nothing. We're on water and coffee.
I know, it's terrible.
And Julie Laravee's cookies are gone. You know, so
I can bring in some of Steve McGargy's. I think there's still some in the kitchen.
Julie Laravee's
we have a
cookies
kitchen now here, by the way.
Absolutely deleted during these first 2 days. So it'll be dry rub ribs, I believe, tomorrow. So hopefully we can
complaining, Doug. But we could use some supplies.
Okay.
You know,
if you could throw us the reserves of those rations, we'd appreciate it.
I'll send you the entire budget of what they've given me for it.
Oh, don't spare that expense.
That might exceed what we have here tonight.
All right, boys. One more time tomorrow. Appreciate it. Let's have some more fun tomorrow.
All right,
Okay.
you bet. I'll bring donuts.
Have a good night, boys.
That's what we'll do. We'll enjoy it. There's Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers. Doug Russell, Hunter Baumgart, phenomenal job here as well. And thank you all for streaming with us, watching us. Packers add 2 players. They'll add some more tomorrow. Thanks to Potawatomi Sportsbook, presenting partner and presenting sponsor of our coverage here of the 2026 NFL Draft, the sports betting oasis for fans everywhere. You're headed to Brewers and Pirates. Hopefully the Brewers get more hits during regulation here tomorrow night. You can take that ride on that shuttle as well at the Potawatomi Sportsbook and hang out with us all day tomorrow as we start up at 11 a.m. back on Fox Sports 920, 1070 a.m. in Madison. Of course, all our social channels for our coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.